Hello everyone, welcome to What If Deku Lived as a Low-Class Servant in Bakugo's Medieval Kingdom Part 2. Before we start, please go support CrazedTemptations for writing that awesome fanfic. Chapter 30, Don't Take Your Anger Out on Me. POV switch. Recap. All the other guards had backed away seeing how angry the prince grew over some servant. You have it all wrong. He didn't do anything. Now give me the keys, he yelled. I order you to give me the keys. I can't do that. I order you to give me the keys, or else you'll end up in the dungeon. Got that? He glared at the guard before him. Give him. Now, he growled as the guard handing him the keys to Izuku's cell. Katsuki quickly ran out of the headquarters and down a dark hallway opening to door to the stairwell that led far down under the kingdom. Katsuki had never had to enter such an area before, but now he had a reason. Katsuki ran down the stairwell and down the dark, frozen, and old hallways glancing at each cell. Whether it be dark or not, Katsuki just attempted to follow Izuku's dull, distressed scent. It had been harder to pick up upstairs due to all the others. But once closer to the Omega, it was easier to pick up. Izuku! Katsuki yelled quickly, unlocking the Omega's cellar door, opening it. He approached the green-headed boy that had moved himself into the corner of the cell. The look of pain that the boy contained seemed unimaginable. He kneeled down to the boy and took his cape off, wrapping it around Izuku gently. Katsuki then slowly began to pick him up, but then quickly put him down after the boy had woken up with a scream. "D don't touch me, D don't touch me!" Izuku cried out. Izuku, why? What happened? Katsuki panicked, looking at the teary-eyed boy. Let's go upstairs. Can you walk? Let's go. Katsuki mumbled, standing. Kaken? Izuku sat up quickly and tried standing despite his pain, but a loud crack from his hip echoed throughout the empty hallways as Izuku toppled over again. Not a sound came from him. Complete silence, not a whimper, not a whine, nothing. Izuku? Katsuki mumbled, kneeling down to him. Izuku? What happened? He slowly turned the boy over. Izuku? He mumbled again. My hip. He stuttered out with a trembled voice. Katsuki furrowed his brows and picked up Izuku in a princess-like style, quickly leaving the dark hallways. He quickly walked up the stairwell and shut the metal door leading down. And now I don't want you to go to the RREC Recovery H headquarters, Izuku mumbled. You're hurt. I don't care, I just want TT to be wild with yo plep please. Izuku exhaled, closing his eyes. Katsuki sighed and quickly walked up to his room, laying Izuku in his bed. I'm gonna go get MSGO. And then no, stay please just stay, don't leave yet. Katsuki sighed and sat on the edge of the bed by Izuku. Can you tell me what happened then? Katsuki glanced at him. She didn't tell why you. How'd you find me? What TIT time is it? Izuku panicked, glancing around the room. Calm down. It's night right now. And no, she didn't tell me anything. Did the guards do this to you? And no, she did, she. Izuku took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. His stutter had been worse, which embarrassed him. Izuku looked away, tearing up. He didn't want to tell him what happened while stuttering. It annoyed him, and he felt that his broken speech annoyed others around him. Izuku, don't cry, you don't have to tell me right now, but you can calm down now. I don't want to, Izuku mumbled. Why? See, cause every time I do everything starts hurting, everything hurts right now. He whined, looking at him, then away as his tears fell. Katsuki sighed and stood. I'll be right back, I promise. And no, don't leave, please don't leave yet, Izuku cried out. Okay, please just calm down though. Katsuki sighed again, looking at the bruised Omega. Katsuki groaned and moved the cape from around Izuku. He then slowly pulled Izuku's shirt off, looking at his tattered body. Izuku, what? She did this, what happened? Katsuki moved his hands over Izuku's chest, looking at the large bruise that stretched across the lower right part of his chest. He then looked at his right shoulder. It was swollen and clearly out of socket. It was black and blue. Izuku, I need to get Ms. Chio. And not yet, please, Izuku mumbled. Katsuki furrowed his brows, looking his left wrist, gently running his fingers over the swollen limb. What did she do to you? Answer, please, Katsuki mumbled. Don't worry so much. It's my fault. It happened. I made many rude remarks to her after you left. But she started it? Right? Well, yeah, Izuku mumbled. She called me a mutt s, so I called her a mutt back, and then she called her a stupid omega. She deserved that, though. It's okay. It's not. Look where it got me. I am not strong L like you kakakin. Izuku, what did she do? Tell me, Katsuki almost begged, lifting Izuku's chin. Please. She kept insulting me, and she grabbed your cape so I slapped her hand away, which made her angry. She slapped me across the face and demanded that I'd get on my knees or else. Izuku exhaled shakily, trying to calmly explain what happened without stuttering. After, she dragged me out to the stairwell and said some things to me after she screamed really loud and shoved me off and I tumbled down. It didn't hurt much in the moment. Or after, but she came running down, fake crying, telling the guards that I violated her and that me tumbling down was an accident. Then I was taken to the dungeons and thrown in a cell. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, you were there, so everything turned out fine. Izuku explained, looking at Katsuki with a shaky smile. She tried killing you? Katsuki asked quietly with a shaky voice. Yes, she did, Izuku responded, looking away. Katsuki moved, talking off Izuku's pants, looking at his bruised and tattered legs. He ran his fingers gently over his swollen left ankle. How much pain are you in right now? Katsuki muttered, moving his hand up to his hip. He furrowed his brows more. His hip was black and blue, swollen. It looked to be the worst out of all his injuries. And not that much right now, and my hip just hurts right now. Katsuki nodded and looked at Izuku again. I'm sorry, I won't leave you alone again like that. If I had just sent her home like you asked, this wouldn't have happened. Izuku gave a smile, shaking his head slowly. It's not your fault. You're a prince, a royal. You should be spending your time with the princesses, instead of blowing them off. Izuku, Katsuki sighed, shaking his head. Okay, he mumbled, standing. Izuku, I'm going to start you a bath and I'm going to have you sit there, while I get Ms. Chio. I'll be quick, nothing will hurt you, okay? Izuku nodded as Katsuki walked to the bathroom, starting a bath. One of the maids mentioned cleaning of a pool of blood. Was it yours? Katsuki asked. Huh? Yeah, I bonked the back of my head against the stairwell pretty hard. I see, he sighed again, standing. I'm going to pick you up, okay? I don't mean to hurt you, he grumbled, slowly moving his arms under the battered boy. See, careful, Izuku mumbled as Katsuki picked him up gently, walking into the bathroom. HHNGNGH, Izuku groaned, tucking his head down. What hurts right now? My back, it. Okay, calm down, I'm going to set you down, just relax, got that? Okay. Izuku looked away, furrowing his brows. Katsuki gently set him down in the tub, moving his legs in a more comfortable position. You shouldn't move, okay? Izuku nodded, looking at his tattered body. My knee's swollen too. Katsuki nodded. It's okay. I'll be back. You'll be fine. Izuku sat in the rising water as Katsuki quickly left to the recovery headquarters. He mumbled curses and slurs under his breath, wasting no time. As he entered, he opened the door roughly. Ms. Chio, come to my room. I need you stat, Katsuki demanded. My Chio stood, walking over. Is it Izuku again? She sighed. Yeah. I'll explain on the way. Let's hurry, please. I don't want to leave him alone for too long, Katsuki mumbled, walking out as Chio followed behind quickly. On their way back, Katsuki had briefly explained what happened, also adding his injuries at the end. They soon entered the room and walked to the bathroom. Izuku's POV. Ms. Chio sat down beside the tub, examining my body. She had grabbed a medic kit, in which she placed down as well. She began pressing against my swollen shoulder as I winced. Easy, please. Calm down, you'll be okay, she mumbled. Can you move it? And no, it just hurts, I mumbled, looking away. Ms. Chio sighed, pressing against my shoulder harder. Hey, I said that hurts, I whined, tearing up. Deku, calm down, you'll be okay, try and pay attention to something else. Kaken mumbled, sitting on the counter. It's dislocated, I'm going to push it back into place. When I say to, take a deep breath. Oh, okay, will it who? Now, she said, pushing my arm back into socket. Why you didn't warn me? The quicker it's done, the quicker you'll be fine. Katsuki, go lay some towels on your bed, we're going to move him there, it'll be easier to work with. I looked at Kaken as he grabbed a few towels, leaving the bathroom. Then I looked at Ms. Chio as she drained the tub. I'm sorry, Ms. Chio, I keep getting hurt and bothering you. This is my job, Izuku. There's nothing much to it, she said, standing. Katsuki, get him on the bed. She had grabbed her medkit and left the bathroom. I looked down, watching the water slowly drain. Deku, I'm gonna pick you up, okay? You'll be okay. I nodded as he gently and carefully moved me from one location to the next. This is embarrassing, I mumbled, looking away. Why? Because you're naked? He chuckled, laying me on the bed. That's not funny. I looked away as Kaken had moved a small hand towel over my upper thighs and hip area. Better? Less embarrassing? He laughed, sitting in the other side of the bed. Stop laughing, and thank you. Stop wasting time, you guys. Ms. Chio mumbled as she grabbed my wrist, twisting it and pushing it down as it popped. My eyes widened as I looked at her. I'm unable to make a noise, it hurts so much, I can't express it. Don't take your anger out on me, please. I mumbled as my voice seemed to vanish. Chapter 31. Time. Ms. Chio had wrapped most of my injuries, nonetheless it was almost unbearable. The only thing she left out was my hip, which is probably the worst injury I have, according to her. Izuku, she sighed, looking at my bruised and swollen hip. Just the right side, the left was fine. This injury is really bad. This'll hurt a lot. Maybe just leave it. Absolutely not, just by looking at it you can tell it's completely out of socket, it's probably throbbing right now, yeah? I looked away at Kaken as he laid a little ways beside me reading a book. He's so calm, lucky he's never in pain. I looked at Ms. Chio as she placed her hands on my hip. I jolted as pain shot down my leg and throughout my hip area, like poison. Relax. Katsuki, do something. Like what? He mumbled, looking at me as we made eye contact. Don't let her do it, I whispered as he chuckled. Just relax, Deku. Once it's over, the bruising will just have to heal, and you'll be okay. I nodded a bit, scanning his face. I want to feel that calm right now. Kaken sighed and lifted my chin. He released his pheromones, which were very calming and comforting. I felt as my body relaxed, then tense up again as Ms. Chio aggressively pushes my hip into place, inducing a loud pop sound which echoed throughout the room. Ayak and KKHMH. My body was trembling so much as my jaw felt like it was locked in place. I wanted to scream, but I was barely able to make a sound. You're okay, Kaken whispered, putting a hand on my head. All the hard parts are over. Now you can rest. Well, almost, Ms. Chio mumbled. What? Kaken was going to ask, but then Ms. Chio pushed the side of my hip, roughly causing it to pop again. Chio, give warnings, you'll put him through shock. Now all the hard parts are over, let's move him into my office so he can rest until he heals, okay? The next princess will be here in less than 23 hours. Izuku will only be a burden. No, he stays here, Kaken mumbled. No. Absolutely not. And no princess wants to sleep by a servant. And he can't lay on the ground. Also, he needs rest. I'll sleep between them. But Deku stays here. I'll watch him heal. Chio sighed. He's not allowed to move from this spot for 4 days, max. If he needs to be moved, he needs to be carried, and his hip needs to be rarely shifted or touched unless absolutely necessary. She concluded and left. I looked at Kaken as we made eye contact. Looks like I'm stuck by your side. Kaken laughed. Lucky me. An easy excuse to decline plans, and a fun time too. I blushed as he carefully moved the towels and wrapped his cape around me. He then dried my hair carefully. How are you feeling? He asked, moving the towels to the floor. I'm fine, I mumbled, looking away. Hey, you don't have to lie, you know. He sighed, having me look at him. You can tell me what's wrong. And my hip is in a lot of pain. I'm sorry, I. Don't be sorry and relax. Everything's okay right now. Also, why are you feeling guilty and nervous? He mumbled. How could he? My eyes widened as I looked away. You're sent, that how I could tell. He laid beside me, moving closer. Can you tell me? I don't want to. Please. And no, Deku, I'm asking nicely. And I don't want to say. Why? It's embarrassing and dumb. Then tell me. He moved closer to me, his face right by my head. Kaken. I glanced at him. I looked away, furrowing my brows. He'll think it's stupid, he'll think it's so stupid he'll leave. He'll leave me here alone, or move me down with Michio. Deku. Tell me your sense just getting worse. I looked at him, tearing up. I'm sorry, Kaken, it's just really dumb, I'm hurt. So I'm useless to you right now, I can't work for you like a proper servant, and I'm taking up space in your bed. I sniffled, looking to the side, waiting for a response. He sighed and sat up. Deku, look at me. He grumbled, grabbing my chin, making me look at him. You're injured, and I don't care if you take up space in my bed. You're also not useless to me at all. Just rest. You need it more than anyone. It's late, so I'd like if you were to try and sleep, got it? I nodded a bit as he got up. I overthink too much. I'll make sure the princess is nice to you. This won't happen again. He grumbled, changing into a more comfortable attire. I nodded a bit and closed my eyes. It'd be a 0.0001 chance that this type of incident would happen again. But I'm grateful nothing's broken, just bruised. So in a couple days I can start working again. The more I work, the more I get to interact with Kaken, but when I don't work, he's always doing other things, so working has its perks. And plus, I don't mind it either. Chapter 32, Pretend. Hey, Kaken? What? I watched as he was getting ready for the day. The princess was supposedly coming, but I had a question. So why I thought we'd get a couple-week break between princess stays. So why are we only getting a 36-hour break in between now? I mumbled, sitting up a bit. Lay your ass back down, and because I know I won't like any of the princesses. And I'm not choosing any of them. So I'd rather get it over with quickly. Oh well, there's one prince too, I mumbled. Right. I forgot about that. He sighed. Do you prefer princes over princesses? I don't really care. All these princesses are annoying, or just hitches. And I've never spoken with an Omega Prince before. Well, he glanced at me. Yeah. That's right, I told him. He doesn't care though. And I'm glad he doesn't. Because he won't tell anyone about it. And I can keep living like this, by Kaken. If I were to go back, I probably wouldn't be able to see Kaken anymore. Anyways, I'll be back with food for you. I nodded as he left. Am injured, which renders me useless. He should have taken the 2-week break before having another come so I could at least heal a bit. I couldn't do anything with Riraguros, and now I'll be useless to this one. And I'd prefer if these princesses not think of me as useless. I don't want to be looked down on or judged. And why does Kaken want me in his room? I should be in the recovery headquarters. The princess may be displeased with a servant in a royal bed, unless she's understanding and nice, but it's still weird. I sighed as Kaken entered the room again with food. He set it on the bedside table and slowly sat me up. Hey, I can sit myself up, I'm not sick or anything. But your hip, he mumbled. I'm fine, don't worry. I'm not bucking worrying nerd. He handed me a plate and sat beside me. Sure, I giggled and looked at my plate. The chefs don't make very nice looking plates. Something wrong? Huh? Oh no. Then eat. Oh right, I mumbled, picking at my food. But my heat will start as soon as my body's healthy again. The kingdom should have suppressants, I hope. Well, they should. They have a bunch of female Omega maids and servants. I'll have to talk to Michio. Or I can have Kaken ask. Kaken? HMG? I looked at him as he glanced at me. Why does he always look so angry? There's no reason. Can you check if MSGO has heat suppressants? I mumbled. Why? Being in heat is natural, no? WLI it is B, but I've never been in heat, and I'm your servant, so I should be able to work. But why were you thinking about that now? Because you're making me eat and rest much more so I think my body after this next week will be healthier than normal, so being in heat is normal. What's not normal is you being almost 16 and have yet to start it. I'll get you heat suppressants. So just eat. I nodded and looked at the food, picking at it. Eat already, stop picking at it. I flinched, looking away. I'm sorry. He doesn't need to yell. Kaken stood quickly, leaving the room. He left me alone, but I don't enjoy being alone. I hate it. Why is he always leaving me alone now? I sighed and waited a few minutes before realizing he wasn't coming back. I looked at the food he gave me and began eating. Although I hadn't been hungry, I did finish it. Maybe I can prove to Kaken I can stand. He won't make me rest anymore, maybe, just maybe. I moved the plate to the bedside table. First, I have to prove to myself I can stand. I don't feel sore right now, nor am I in pain. I sit up straight, slowly turning towards the edge of the bed. See, no issue. It's as if I'm all better. I wrap Kaken's cape around myself tightly. I'm still nude, he has yet to get me clothes. Technically, since my hip is back in place, I should be able to move. Nothing should be of issue. So why is Kaken so strict? Everything should be perfectly fine. I slowly stand without much issue. This is enough proof for me. I'm not useless. Kaken doesn't need to worry. I can work for him and the princess just fine. No issue at all. I slowly limp to the bathroom, looking in the mirror. Maybe it hurts a little, I can't actually walk normally, pressure against my hip hurts a bit, but I'm still fine, I can still work. I move the cape and look at my hip. It's bruised, black and blue, purple, yellow, looks gross, it's a big bruise, why is it so large? I gently put a little weight on it. I stop as soon as I feel pain rush in waves throughout my hip and to my waist and thigh. That was a poor idea. Me standing is a poor idea. If Kaken were to walk in, he'd be super angry. I slowly begin to limp back to the bed. That was before my hip made a loud pop and I collapsed to the floor. The pain felt dull. It hurt a lot, but then again it didn't hurt at all. I did try standing again. But I'm unable to move my leg. I can't move my leg. If Kaken comes in, he'll be so angry. MSGO will be even more angry. What was I thinking? What am I doing? I can't move my leg. Is it out of socket again? If MSGO or Kaken find out, I'm done for. I can't tell, it just feels hot. I can't feel it, I can't move it. I panic, slowly crawling towards the bed, pulling myself up. I use my left leg to help push myself up, although that was more excruciating than my right hip popping. I feel more pain in my left leg than in my right. How does that work? How? I'm done for. I pull the covers over myself. I lay down, looking at the doors. I just have to pretend I didn't do anything. I can't prove to Kaken anything. I didn't even get to prove to myself that I could be useful. That idea was so dumb. What was I thinking? Just pretend. Just pretend and everything will be okay. Pretend. Chapter 33, Lux Sana Selimanova. Kaken walked in his room with the princess. Frankly, I'd like to be of help. But that doesn't seem to be an option. The princess looked at me and stared. A beta? Why do you have a commoner in your bed? She whispered to Kaken. He's my servant. But he got hurt, and he needs rest. So I'm letting him lay in my bed. I don't want to sleep in the same bed as a servant, so maybe let's move him. The princess asked hesitantly. I stared at Kaken and nodded a bit as he sighed. He walked over to me, kneeling down. Ignore her. You got up, didn't you? I tensed. Is it obvious? What did I do? Come on now, Deku, your pheromones are giving all signs you did. Did you hurt yourself in the process? I looked away as he sighed again. Why don't you bucking listen to me? When someone tells you that you are not to move, then don't move. I want to be of use, I replied. You can be. Just not this time. I wasn't any use last time either, and I still got hurt. Deku, this TI. Excuse me? I looked over at the princess. I then glanced over at Kaken. he wasn't pleased with being interrupted. Don't interrupt me. Got that? Don't speak to me like I'm some low-life, please. I may not be here to fall in love, I'm here to aid my kingdom and yours. So please show some decency and respect for my presence. Kaken nodded and looked at me. Kaken just moved me to the recovery headquarters. I'll heal faster there and… I looked at the princess. We can continue talking on the way there. I mumbled as he nodded. Deku. Kaken? I asked as he stood. You're staying in this bed, okay? I told Shio that you're my responsibility no matter what, so you're sleeping here. And you, Luxana, can either sleep in a guest room or sleep in this bed. It's up to you, Kaken concluded. Luxana sighed and shrugged. It seems either way I lack to win. Anyways, either matter to me, I guess. As long as this boy causes no issues for us, then I have no problem cooperating. Kaken, I looked at him. He looked at me for a split second, then turned to the princess standing by the door still. Your mother has things planned for us. So. I know, but I have someone to look after, and it seems. He looked back at me with a slight glare. That he lacks to listen, and… He looked back at the princess. He enjoys disobeying orders. So I'll have to deal with him. The princess sighed and nodded. I understand. So he will not be of use then. I'm sorry. I sit up slightly looking at her. I bow my head down a bit, then look at her again. I'm really sorry. I apologize again. No need. I was simply just wondering. Anyways, Your Highness, I'd like to stay in a guest room. I'd rather not stay in a room together with someone I've just met. Whether we'd like to aid our kingdoms. I'd still rather be comfortable doing so. She nodded a bit and grabbed her suitcase. Okay. I'll show you to your room. Dinner will be in a few ho. Yes, I know. In the meantime, whilst you attend to your servant, I shall speak with your mother. Would you, Sto? Refrain yourself from yelling at me, please. It'd lack to get you anywhere. She sighed and left the room as Kaken followed, visibly angry. I don't even have to guess, I already know this won't last at all. I lay back down and stare at the ceiling. However, she's pretty stubborn too. And she's pretty set on aiding her kingdom's gain. If anything, she can easily manipulate Kaken into believing that their marriage would aid each kingdom, but in reality it'll only aid one, and that'd be the princess's. The Bakugo Kingdom is the top kingdom in the country. You can't aid a kingdom that doesn't need to be aided. And Kaken doesn't pay enough attention to know that. Judging by what I've seen, from Luxana, is that she's set in aiding her kingdom. Her speech is very monotone and proper. She sounds like she thinks logically. Thinking that way, and her speech manipulation seems easy, like she said to Kaken twice, aiding her kingdom seems to be top priority. However, she made it clear she wasn't here to fall in love. Which may have convinced Kaken into going along with her. Is Kaken that dumb though? Her words are so simple, but they have much meaning behind them. Does Kaken know that? I let out a sigh looking at the bedroom door as it opens. Oh good, you didn't move. Kaken smiles a bit, walking towards me. Chapter 34, Against Mine. I nodded as he laid next to me. Of course I didn't. I mumbled, looking away as he rested his head against my shoulder. So you moved earlier while I wasn't here, right? You hurt your hip again, huh? And nudie definitely nud. I avoid eye contact. You did, you little shit. I told you not to get up, didn't? Right. He sat up looking at me. Well, I just thought if I could stand then I'd be fine. I looked at him as he was smiling at me. He's not angry, he's joking with me? You're not angry? I mumbled. Oh, I'm pissed. However, the way you denied it was funny, so I can't be mad. His smile faded, but I can tell he's still in a good mood. Hey, Kaken. He moved, laying back down. I watched as we made eye contact. His eyes are so red. Do you think how I want? Spit it out already. I want to heal faster, so I can be of help more. I want to be able to walk around with you, and I want to continue making food for you, and I want to go to your hideout again with you. I scanned his face in a slight panic. His expression turned confused, then he smiled and began to laugh. My face heated, my face feels hot, my cheeks are red. I covered my face as his laughing didn't stop. Did I say something wrong? Why is he laughing? He quieted down and moved my hands. So, what's so interesting in being my servant? Or do you just like sticking to me like leech desperate for blood, well ma no, I mean kinda. I see, he chuckled in response. That's cute. See cute? Anyways. He started and laid his head on my shoulder. The princess, let's talk about her. What about her? I asked. She's simple and we both want the same simple thing. I think marrying her is the best choice, not for love, but for our kingdoms. Huh. Oh, yeah, right, I think it's also a good choice for the kingdoms. I mumbled, looking away. My heart aches so bad, I hate the idea of him marrying someone. Although that's just a thought, and feeling I'll have to disregard due to me being his servant and all. Deku? How about after you're all healed up, we go and visit our hideout area, and then after we go visit the elves tribe? Elves? I look at him. There's elves? Yeah, they can use magic like grimoire mages. Anything that's too damaged they can heal. We don't have to go through that. How about after the next princess, then we go visit? Take a 2-week break from princesses. Are you sure? Alright then. He sighed and moves closer to me, then paused. HMN? I glanced at him. Deku, can you move your lower body at all? He mumbled, sitting up. And no, I hurt my hip again, I told you that. Can I look? He muttered, moving the blanket off. Doesn't seem like I have much of a choice. I mumbled, looking away. He moves his cape away, looking at my hip. Holy buck, god damn it, Deku, it's out of socket again. I can tell. And you didn't say anything? He growled, looking at me. Well, I just sorry. I glanced away. I have to push it back. No, it'll hurt, so no. I yelled, looking at him, and I don't regret it in the least. He shook his head, moving on top of me, placing his hands on my hips. Kaken? Gee, get off, that hurts, please. My eyes tears up, looking at him. He leaned down closer. Just relax. We can't leave it like this, it'll only get worse. He muttered, pressing against my right hip. NGHK Kaken, please, no. I shouted. Relax, he grumbled, releasing very soft pheromones. Take a deep breath and... He stopped talking, pushing my hip roughly back into place. My voice fell short, the pain sending my body into a shock. Not only that, but Kachin's his lips are against mine. My mind and vision became clouded and stuffy as I lost consciousness. If only I could stay awake for just a few more seconds. Chapter 35. Luxana Selimanova 2. I woke up the next day and Kaken had already been downstairs, I assume eating with the princess. After a few hours, Kaken entered his room with the princess behind him. We should create a funding for the village and upgrade their houses. It'd be more beneficial, and for that extra money, we can take it out of the servants' pay. What? Kaken looked at her like she had spoken entirely different language, then looked at me. Deku. Why don't you tell her why we don't need to fund the village? He sighed and walked over to me, sitting on the bed. Well, because the village is already being funded properly by the kingdom without the servants' pay, and that the houses have all been upgraded properly and appropriately. The village now has 2 medics, many food stands, as well as shops and a fully functional education system for the children. I mumbled. I remember when there was a meeting to upgrade the village, but if anything else needs to be done, we can issue it without problem. The kingdom has the money to build an entirely new village plus all the upgrades the current village has. Exactly. Kaken nodded a bit. You couldn't answer because you're the one who made me go to the meeting instead of going yourself. I mumbled, looking at the ceiling. Kaken looked at me and nudged my shoulder. Shut up. I shrugged and smiled. You told me to never lie to a royal, I remarked, looking at him. Don't turn my words against me. The princess cleared her throat, grabbing our attentions. Well, I'm sorry for suggesting such a thing. Is there anything your kingdom doesn't have? It has everything it needs. But I think that if you're suggesting things like that for this kingdom, doesn't that mean you should be making those arrangements for your own kingdom than ours? I mumbled, looking at her. Well, you're not wrong, but my kingdom is perfectly where it needs to be financially. I nodded and looked at Kaken. Well, as a possible future queen, I find it that it is appropriate for me to get to know the maids and servants below. Kaken and I both looked at the princess as she left the room with a small curtsy. She'll be greeting those idiots forever. Kaken mumbled and moved, laying beside me. How's your hip? It's fine right now, there's no pain, but I guess that's because I'm not moving. I mumbled in response. Okay, well, Chio left the kingdom yesterday morning. I can't remember what she said she was getting, but it's something to help you heal faster. Kaken sighed and closed his eyes. Like a potion? I asked. No, just herbs from the elves, and I think near the mermaids she said something about a healing plant thing in the sea or whatever. He grumbled. Mermaids? Do you not know anything of this world? Have you lived in a dirt tunnel your entire life? Come on now. He sat up, looking at me with furrowed brows. We make trades with all the mystical beings all the time in this country. You should know that by now. Do you not listen? During meetings? I get distracted and bored sometimes, so I forget to listen. You forget? He stared at me, disappointed. Well, you're the prince, I shouldn't have to listen, I'm just a servant. You should listen, you know so little about this country, you have an actual pea brain. It's not my fault. If you didn't forget to listen, then it wouldn't be your fault. But it is. You could know so much more if you paid attention during meetings, even if it doesn't involve you. I nodded. Elves and mermaids? And dragons, mermen, mages, dark elves, gnomes, orcs, taurens, night elves, drenia, virgins, blood elves, void elves, iron dwarfs, nightborns, trolls, dark iron dwarfs, goblins, forsakens, warlocks, wizards, shamans, paladins, monks. He grumbled, numbering them on his fingers. Okay, I get it, there are a lot. I shouted so he'd stop. Do you? Did you know those types of people exist? The world is a lot larger than you think. It's more than just people like us with second genders. I know, and now. However, we have the highest status. Pyramid-wise, we sit at the top. Though us royals basically sit above the top. I nodded again, looking away. That's too much, it seems poorly organized, the system, I mean. It is. However, it makes sense. He mumbled, laying down. I guess. I watched him lay down and turn towards me. I looked away. Kaken, when does MSGO come back? He sighed. Don't know. Tomorrow, maybe after tomorrow. All you have to do is rest and eat. Yeah, I nodded and closed my eyes. I don't like laying around doing nothing, but I don't mind as much if Kaken is here with me. It's less lonely, and he has a lot more patience with me. Kaken, you're smart, you should teach me. I looked at him. We could spend more time together if he teaches me things I don't know. Absolutely not. I don't have time for that. I can get you a personal tutor if you want to learn. Okay. Or I can show you the library. I looked at him quickly. No need, I smiled. I already know where it is. Before I worked for you, I spent most of my time in the library or in my room. He nodded. That's unfortunate. He then chuckled. However, there are a lot of educational books there. When you're all healed up, definitely read them. I nodded in response. I looked away as a few awkward minutes of silence passed. And then the room doors opened. Your Highness, there's lunch downstairs awaiting us. Also, she entered the room with a platter. I brought you some too, hence you being unable to move just yet. She walked over and placed the platter on the bedside table. Thank you. I mumbled. She brought me food. I looked at Kaken as he got up. We'll be back, Deku. Eat well. He walked towards the doors and left as the princess stayed behind. I've heard many things about you from the servants and maids below. I must say I'm surprised. Oh? Did she hear bad or good things? What's there to be surprised about? I mumbled, looking at her. She walked to the door. Nothing much. She turned to me and curtsied, then left. What did she hear though? Well, it won't affect me. I looked at the meal beside me and sat up, slowly picking up the bowl of soup. It's still warm. I mumbled to myself, trying some. It's bland. Chapter 36. Lux Anna Sulimanova 3. Another day passed and Ms. Chio came back with whatever it was. It wasn't good, it tasted awful, but within a few hours of me drinking it, my bruises cleared up. And I'm not as sore. I'm able to walk around and stand on my own without too much pain. And Kaken said I'm able to start cooking for him again. However, the first thing I did was shower on my own. Also, the medicine aided my hand. I have most of the function again. I can't say my body feels as good as new, but I can say that it's a lot better than it was the day before. As of right now, I'm actually making lunch for the royals. All 4 of them. The princess, Kaken, Queen Mitsuki, and King Masaru. It excites me, mostly because I can be of use. But I can also move around and not just lay down. Frankly, I'm extremely grateful to Miss Chio. Without her, I'd be in pieces. I hold both platters in either of my hands while walking towards the dining area. I place the platters down on a cart by the table and hand out a dish to each royal, the last going to the princess. I walk around and stand by Kaken as he looks at the food and then me. Yes? I look at him as he looks down at the food again. I watch as they do a prayer, then begin to eat. Katsuki, at 15:30, we have a very important meeting that we'll be holding in the forum. I'd advise you to show up this time, Queen Mitsuki explained. K? And who are we meeting with? It can't be that bucking important, Kaken grumbled as the king tapped his fork against his plate. Katsuki, revise your language. We're meeting with some elves to make a deal with territory. It will be further explained during the meeting, King Maresu explained. Also, Ms. Sulimanova, it seems you only have another day and a half here. Is there an answer yet? The king asked. I looked over the princess as she placed her fork down. Again, I'm only doing this for my kingdom's sake. Oh, for buck's sake, stop saying that. I looked at Kaken as he yelled at her. How will marrying me aid your bucking kingdom? You get more money? More territory? Better resources? Kaken yelled, looking at her as the queen sighed. Well, putting it blatantly, yes. Then you're using our kingdom. My bucking marriage won't just be to aid another kingdom. I won't allow myself to be used. A bucking marriage between royals should aid both kingdoms. But what do you have to give? Nothing. Your kingdom will fall unless you find something to aid our kingdom in. So good luck with that. And get the buck out of our land. Kaken stood and grabbed my hand, dragging me away from the dining area. I could hear muffled apologies coming from the dining room as we left. Eventually, I was dragged out of the castle and away towards the forest. Kaken? Where are we going? Does it bucking matter? Just walk with me already. I'm already bucking pissed as is. He grumbled and moved his hand to my wrist, gripping it. I sighed and continued to follow as we entered his hideout area. The grass was longer, and there were more vines and flowers. I didn't know life here grew so fast, I mumbled, looking around. It's at the very edge of the elvish territory. That's why. So the elves are good with magic? I asked as he nodded. Yeah. It's most powerful in their land because the land they live in also contains magic. I assume that's why we're having a meeting with them, so our land can also have magic, as well as more magic beings. I nodded and sat down, watching as he messed with the vines falling from the trees. Kaken, do you actually plan on marrying any of these princesses? I asked as he clenched his fist around the vines. Buck, no. I don't even want to think of getting married. Having power is cool and all. But they all seem snobby. Even if they aren't, I'd rather have a happy bucking marriage, because we already have power. Technically, we don't need more. I nodded and looked down, messing with the grass. That's why you're just spending 1 week after another with them, to get rid of them. He hummed and walked over, sitting by me. It'd be easier if the king and queen waited for you to be ready, huh? He nodded and laid back. Yee. Huh. He paused mid-word and sat up quickly, looking around. What the buck? He mumbled as stood. What? What happened? I asked as he walked out of the area. Are you bucking kidding me? I heard him mumble. I stood up and walked over, standing a bit behind him. The princess followed us? I asked, watching as Ms. Suleimanova made her way into the forest whilst lifting her dress. She's careful and still far away. Kaisen grabbed my hand as we walked back in the hideout area. He sat on the ground and I sat in front of him. So what? What's she gonna do? Report to my parents, tell the guards? She leaving later anyways. I nodded as the princess's footsteps got closer. I know Kaisen isn't worried, but she still made him annoyed earlier. And whatever she has to say now may irritate him more. Sir Bakugo? Ms. Suleimanova shouted, entering the area. I can't believe you actually came all the way out here. She sighed, dusting her dress off. Also, this is illegal. If you came here to bother me, then go away, just leave, go away, I have no business with you. Kaisen yelled as I looked away and messed with the grass. She sighed again. The most I can do is expand your land. I don't want your dead land, I don't want your territory, I don't want or need you. Let alone a princess or marriage. You're just leeching. And I don't need a leech. So leave. Kaisen stood and walked away further into the forest. Stubborn, isn't he? She looked at me. Only if he doesn't like you. I glanced at her. He likes you? Yeah, he's friendly with me, but he doesn't want to marry, let alone princesses his mom chose for him. I mumbled as she nodded and turned away, beginning to leave. Ms. Suleimanova, what did you mean when you said that this is illegal? Huh! This little area you guys are staying in is technically elvish territory. It's trespassing. You can get arrested, or even executed if caught. Oh well, it might not be illegal for long, I mumbled. After she left, and I waited for Kaisen to come back. However, he didn't come back to the hideout. Chapter 37. Is he even thinking about me? I had waited hours for him to return to the hideout. But I feel as if it was a waste of time. After the sun set, I headed back. I was notified that he was at the meeting, and that it went well. But when I went up to his room, he wasn't there. Ms. Suleimanova had left already. And a lot of the retainers have gone to rest. My chest felt uneasy. I hadn't thought he was that upset, but he never returned. I even went through the effort of walking back to the hideout just to make sure he didn't go back. He wasn't there. I haven't a clue on where he is. I feel agitated and overwrought. I know he's not necessarily in danger, but still, I feel lost without him around or his orders. Even after returning back to his room, he wasn't there. So, I decided to sit by his bed and await his return. I hoped that he would have returned the next morning like the previous occasions. I made him breakfast and sat it by his bedside table waiting for him, but still no return. Eventually, I had to throw it out. I even made him a light lunch, and waited. I had to throw that out too. I could have eaten it, rather than wasting it, but the food got cold, and reheating it is a huge hassle. Also, the food wasn't made for me, but someone far more important. The following juncture, I continued to patiently await his arrival. I didn't make a dinner for him, knowing he probably wouldn't return. And I was right. He didn't. I stayed awake through the night hoping, but hoping was useless. During the night I walked to the hideout just to reveal nothing. Taking a slow walk back, I wondered if he was eating at all. Or if he was okay. He just disappeared. I even stayed awake throughout the night, and the following morning I asked the queen if she had any idea where he could be, but no avail. What happened to him? Was he even really mad? Why'd he disappear? Is he safe? Is he eating? Is he sleeping? Will he return? Is it my fault? I hadn't done anything this time. Is he even thinking about me? A few sleepless nights passed. Feeling so restless and restive, not knowing if he may return at night and need something, I couldn't get a wink of sleep. My eyes feeling so heavy, but even after I close them I get a churning feeling in my stomach, feeling queasy, being overwritten with doubt and anxiety. It's impossible for me to sleep. I need him here. I don't know what to do with myself. My body feels so weak. However, I still take my time to walk to the hideout every night just to see if he's there. Maybe he found a different place to hide, knowing I can find this one at ease. He doesn't want to be found. After night 3 I stopped checking the hideout. My body feels so debilitated and incapacitated. I know I need sleep, but I feel as if I'll vomit if I try. Once he returns, I'll sleep. I'll feel at ease if he returns. Everything will be fine once he returns. Why won't he return? I sit by his bed on the floor, my head lolled to the side staring at the door, my bloodshot eyes half-lidded. Imagining over and over that the door will open and he'll walk in with muddy boots. He'll tell me to make him food, and to start him a bath, and while he relaxes I'll clean the muddied floors and boots, then I'll watch him lay in bed and read the book he's been so focused on. I can't really read well, since I wasn't taught how. Basic education for every kid, not me, that's my fault. But I can read enough. Books are fun, I should teach myself to read better once Kaken gets back. After Kaken gets back everything will be fine. I know it. Is he fine though? He's an alpha, but there's only so much an alpha can do. 7 days had passed, sleepless, uneasy, enervated and ailing days passed. I feel especially weak now. Almost 2 weeks had passed. I'm sure he's fine just doing his own thing. Finally, sliding to the side, laying against the cold floor, my never-ending stare at the door. I want to sleep. Why can't I sleep? This is torture. What energy is my body running off of now? I should have passed out from anemia days ago. But why can't I fall unconscious unwillingly? Trying to close my eyes is torture, but keeping them open is worse. I'm torturing myself. Why should I care so much for what he does? I'm dependent on him. Without him, did he run away? How could he leave me behind? Why go through so much trouble for me if he were just going to leave me behind? Maybe he was just acting friendly, he's a good actor. Then I overthought his entire person. I'm too reliant on him. But with him, what would I be doing now? Maybe the same thing I'm doing now, but just in a dustier room. I prefer this room. I'm glad I cleaned this room. Is Kaken? Does Kaken even think of me? Please think of me too. Come back, Kaken. I may be a lousy servant, but I wish for you to return soon, just to know you're okay. Do you even think of me? Staring at the door, I believe it's a hallucination, but someone opened it. I exhaled heavily. I'm hallucinating. Chapter 38, Patience. Who opened the door? My eyes won't focus. Everything's a blur. Kaken, maybe please be Kaken, please. Finally, after his sudden disappearance, Katsuki entered his room. He looked around, locking his eyes on his dainty, malnourished servant. His brows furrowed as he walked over, kneeling down to the thin boy. He watched Izuku close his eyes. Katsuki sighed and picked him up, holding him gently as if he were a princess. He walked down the corridors to the recovery quarters, confused why Izuku was in such a bad state. He hadn't had any information to give Chio. Izuku was completely malnourished, his dainty body thinner than before, his limbs looking as if they'd snap like sticks. Katsuki sat the frail boy in a bed. His brows furrowed, looking at the eye bags beneath Izuku's eyes, his cheeks sunken, his arms and legs as thin as twigs. Katsuki left the room and stood outside the door, picking at his fingers, scowling at the ground. His servant constantly getting ill and damaged, it was annoying. Worrying for such a person was tiring for him. However, he felt as if he wasn't worrying enough. Katsuki regretting leaving due to his servant's carelessness, never taking care of himself. Chio walked out and looked at Katsuki with a sigh. He's unfit to be a servant, he's unfit to be alone, he needs someone to depend on, and that's not you, Katsuki. You're going to have to let him go. Or else he'll die. Chio explained, crossing her arms. He's not a kid. I shouldn't have to be hip to hip with him. Katsuki grumbled. Katsuki. Katsuki looked at her. He furrowed his brows. A near-dead body laying on his floor. When he returned, he exhaled a stressful sigh. When will he wake? Katsuki mumbled. I'm unsure. It looks as if he hasn't slept in a few days. He should be fine after some rest and a meal. However, he needs to start eating more. His body is growing weaker, he'll die if he doesn't. Chio opened a cabinet, looking at some medicines. You're also watching him until he wakes up. Because you're too stubborn to get another servant. She sighed. You've always been like that. Katsuki sat beside the bed and crossed his arms. He mumbled in annoyance. He sat back, closing his eyes. not entirely understanding Izuku's mentality, consistently starving himself or refusing to sleep. One of his excuses is him not wanting to go in heat, which further confused Katsuki. I opened my eyes looking upon the ceiling. I slept good. I looked at the door as it closed, then around. I'm alone in the recovery quarters. I can't remember who opened the door to Kachin's room. Maybe another maid. Well, they'd have no reason to be up there did Kakin return. He's probably annoyed with me already. I sighed, closing my eyes. I got to sleep for how long? I glanced at the door as it opened. Ms. Chio. We made eye contact before I looked away. Oh good, you're awake. You've been asleep for quite a while. Almost an entire day. Also, food is being brought here. You are to eat all of it. She's strict. I nodded, looking at the door as it opened after a few minutes. Ah, it's Kakin, he's back. I relaxed, looking at him. He looks annoyed. Well, he always looks like that, but even more so now. Kakin sat a bowl of soup and a glass of water on the side table next to me. He then walked around and sat in a wooden chair. Eat. He grumbled, sitting back looking at his lap. I furrowed my brows looking at the bowl. I truly had no energy to sit up, none. I could find a single ounce of energy. I felt as if just waking up was a workout. Kakin noticed eventually. He sat me up, then reached over, grabbing the bowl of soup. I don't care how long it takes you to eat this, but you will finish it, no matter what. He grumbled, lifting the spoon to my mouth. He's feeding me, how pathetic. I was starving, but at the same time I had no appetite. It was painful to say in the least. I took the spoonful in my mouth and swallowed, looking down. Good job, he mumbled before offering another, in which again I swallowed. I made sure there wasn't a ton, since I know your appetite will be limited, okay? So just do your best, let's not have this happen again, or you'll have to retire from being my servant, okay? I looked at him as he spoke so kindly yet sternly to me. What happens if I have to retire? I mumbled. Kakin looked at me with relief almost. But why? You finally spoke. That's why. Why does it matter that much, though? I nodded and looked at the bowl he held. Kakin sighed. Anyways, if you were to retire, you'd most likely be demoted to how you were working before, or you'd have to leave the castle after receiving your pay. I nodded. I both neither want to go back to how I was working before, or leave the castle. The most simplest thing to do is work for Kakin. I, however, don't want to work with or for any more princesses. Can we keep the next princesses in a guest room? I mumbled, glancing up at him. Yes. Yes, we can. He sighed again, offering me another spoonful, in which I complied to his wordless request. It took an hour before I completely finished a bowl. My appetite was small, very small. I wouldn't say it was hard after it being all done and over with, but during it felt as if I'd be trying to eat that forever. Kakin laid me back down and pulled the thin sheet over me. Rest for now. Tomorrow we can talk more. You'll be eating 3 meals a day. And no need to worry for your heat. Chio has suppressants for you. I nodded a bit and looked up at the ceiling. I can get more sleep. I closed my eyes before easily falling into a dreamless sleep. I truly am such a worthless servant. Chapter 39, Katniss Kiyama. Our few days together passed quickly. Now a new princess will stay with us, Katniss Kiyama, a gorgeous princess with vitiligo. She's half-elf and is known for enchanting items. From what I've heard about her, she sounds really talented and down to the ground. But you can never really judge a person before you meet them, and we'll be meeting her for lunch, and then she'll move into Kachin's room. It was just about lunchtime and I had finished getting Kakin and myself ready to go downstairs. I was going to make lunch today, but Kakin told me not to and that I can sit and eat with the rest of the royals. Lately, Kakin doesn't have me do a lot of work anymore, but I still do the bare minimum: laundry, breakfast, bathroom, his bedroom, and sometimes dinner. He has me make his breakfast 5 out of 7 times a week. The 2 days I don't, he allows me to sleep in, which I appreciate wholeheartedly. Before we left to the dining room, I began to straighten up his room and bathroom so they were presentable for the princess. I can't really tell if I'm all that excited to meet her. I'm not nervous or anything, but a lot of these princesses create issues, and if not that, then they're just really quiet and boring. But the drama that comes with them, I can't help but think I'm the root of it. Like I'm the problem, because Kaken doesn't really do anything, he just exists and says really idiotic things sometimes. But if nothing irritates him or causes him to say dumb stuff, then he literally just reads, eats, and sleeps. Nothing more to it. And that's why I think maybe I'm the problem. They look at me and probably think I'm a bug with no thought process, easy to squish. Or maybe I'm just in the way. I mean, I can't do anything about it except suck it up. Besides, it doesn't bother me too much, I just don't know how to feel with taking care of another princess. Not that I even had a choice to say yes or no, but still. Deku, it's clean enough, let's go eat already. He sighed before getting up off his bed and walking to the door. I glanced up at him and set the rag neatly to the side. But what if she doesn't think so? I mumbled, stepping out of the bathroom. What are you talking about? She's not going to stay here anyways. If she doesn't like it, she'll have to get over it. Besides, I think it looks fine. Isn't that enough? He glanced at me, opening the door. So? Let's go. I nodded quickly and then washed my hands as he started walking to the dining room. I quickly followed after him once I finished. I could tell he was walking slower so I could catch up. Kaken has changed a lot since when I first met him. Now he has his moments. And a lot of them, but despite what he's done, his entire being has improved overall. Well, not the way he looks. But he looks fine in my eyes. I looked down, walking behind him. Everything is so simple now because of him. I exhaled and looked forwards. There's so many stairs just to get downstairs. It's a good workout, a traumatized area, but a good workout. I looked back down, watching the back of Kaken's legs, but then he stopped and turned around. I looked up at him and froze. HM? You okay? I mumbled. He huffed and continued his way down. He is sometimes strange. Just before we read the dining room, Kaken turned to me and took his cape off, then placed it around my shoulders. Why? I asked. Shut up. He ruffled my hair, then turned around. We entered the dining room where the plates of food had already been set. Kaken made sure I got a plate, and a chair moved next to his seat so I could join them for lunch, and sometimes dinner. We waited for quite some time until the princess walked in alongside the queen. The princess really is beautiful. Her hair is like a perfect fluff. The shape of it is rather unique, but it's beautiful, as well as the color. I want to say it's auburn, like light brown. Her eyes are reflective, and I mean, they're such a gorgeous color, they shine, like gold. Not only that, but her vitiligo makes her so much more beautiful. I hate to put it this way, but how could I ever compete with someone so perfect? I envy her beauty. I watched as she greeted Kaken, her smile more gentle than a soft breeze against grass. I look at Kaken after, he's so nonchalant. There is definitely not a thought going on in his head. We began eating. The princess mostly talked to the queen. She didn't really try making conversation with Kaken or I. I hope she is as sweet now as she is when the royals aren't around. It is surprising, though, how well her and the queen get along. Anytime the princess looked away, the queen gave looks toward Kaken. But when he noticed, he'd just look at me. The queen really likes her, I can only assume what that means. After lunch finished, Kaken stood and nudged my shoulder, letting me know that he was ready to leave. I stood and looked towards the princess, who stood as well. Well, Lady Kiyama, this is where we will part for now. I'm excited for you to start joining us for meals this next week. The queen tilted her head down to the princess, then took her leave. The princess acknowledged and exhaled a giggle. The queen and her are rather fond of each other. Deku. Let's go. Kaken mumbled as he left immediately. I saw the princess looked rather dumbfounded as her eyes followed Kaken. She hummed. I turned to her. I hope I look as presentable as I feel. I can show you to his room. That would be lovely. She smiled gently with a giggle. I was taken aback for a second but nodded a bit. We walked up the vast amount of stairs before we approached Kaken's room. Have you toured the castle yet, ma'am? I asked, beginning to open the door for her. You can address me at Katniss, I don't mind. And no, I have not. Would you show me around? Oh, why yes, I can show you around. Lady Katniss. Hun, just Katniss is fine. Also, what's your name? Her voice was as soft as flower petals. Izuku. That's a beautiful name. Well, I'm excited for you to show me around the castle later, Izuku. She smiled and entered Kachin's room where she looked around. Oh wow, there's quite a collection of books here. She turned to me. Do you like books, Izuku? And me? I closed the door behind me. I don't really know. I don't really read too often. I mean, I used to hang out in the library here, but there wasn't a whole lot I could read. I rambled too much. I think I did too much, so embarrassing. I see, she looked at Kakin, who was ignoring anything and everything around him, reading a book. Do you like books, LK Katniss? Oh, I love books. The art of the fictional world is just so beautiful. She walked over to the mound of books and looked through them. She picked one up and smiled. It was blinding to say in the least. Oh, this one was my most favorite book to read. Down in the Lost Treasured Caves. A book of mythical creatures, journeys, and above all friends that were always reliable. She opened it to a random page and began scanning the words. I glanced at Kakin, whose attention had been struck as he stared at Ms. Katniss. I don't like the way he looked at her, but who am I to think that right now? She set the book down and turned to me. So, Izuku? Mind showing me around now? Oh, of course. Be quick. Kakin mumbled, giving me a side eye. I nodded once and opened his door as Ms. Katniss passed through. I do believe she is someone perfect for Kakin. Chapter 40, Katniss Kyama 2. Before Lady Katniss left, she had grabbed a book. She held it by her side as we walked around, and I showed her a roundabout of the castle. The guest rooms, the recovery area, the den, kitchen, the library, pretty much everything I felt comfortable showing her. I showed her the garden with all the natural foods, and then my most favorite place. The flower garden. I watched as her golden eyes lit up as she saw all the beautiful flowers. Wow, she muttered. Isn't it beautiful? I smiled as she nodded and walked over to the lilies. She sat in the soft green grass and fiddled with the tulips before patting the grass beside her. Come sit. Are you sure? I was hesitant. I wasn't sure if I should drop all my formalities. I do feel very comfortable around her. But I'm unsure if I should give in. Of course, we have time, Izuku. We can just hang out. She giggled and relaxed, opening the book. It wasn't a very big book. It looked like something you'd read just for fun with a little free time to spare. I exhaled and walked over. I sat by her but kept some distance. This was my favorite book to read growing up. My parents would often read it to me. Princess and the P. I nodded, unsure of how to respond, but without a second thought she began to read it out loud. I felt everything in me relax. She was the nicest princess. I could hardly fathom that she existed. Kakin will be so truly lucky to have her by his side. The sun began to set, and she finished her book. We definitely missed dinner, but she didn't appear to care. Izuku, how would you describe the prince? Me? He's stubborn, and does everything his way. He doesn't really care what others think, and it's a task to get to know him. I realized I was too honest and panicked. But he's really not that bad. He's nice in his own way once you get to know him. He's nice to me, but he acts all tough around others. I see, no need to panic. She sighed and laid back against the grass. He's pretty lucky to have a servant like you to himself. What do you mean? I asked. I mean, what could make Kakin so lucky to have me? I feel so worthless all the time. Well, you're quite adorable, you're kind, and you have a soft soul, I can tell. I'm sure you forgive easy too. And you're patient. You're polite and have many great qualities. I blushed nervously and looked away. I don't know about all that, but thank you. She glanced at me and giggled. You have a very honest soul. She sat up and pulled out a small bag that was wrapped around her waist. When she opened it, she pulled out a chain necklace with a small stone. It appeared to be some sort of quartz. I watched confused as she held it with both hands as if it were a small animal. She brought it up to her face and a strong gust of wind circled around us. I felt panic rush within almost every nerve in my body. I backed up slightly as a couple of petals from the flowers detached from the stems and danced around us. Elvish magic? Is this what it is? I really don't understand. She mumbled something foreign into her palms. And as she pulled the necklace away, everything stopped. The petals gently fell to the grass. They made a perfect circle around us. She glanced at me, and I know she saw the terror in my eyes. I flinched as she handed me the necklace. She giggled. "Don't be scared." I hesitated. She obviously did something to the necklace. What if it's bad? In part elf. I've been taught from a young age to be able to enchant things. I noticed you have many scars. Your hands are shaky, you walk with a limp, and your eyes don't appear to be in the best condition. I am not a pro enchanter izuku, and this may not be able to heal all your current scars, wounds, or aches. But I believe it can prevent new ones. It won't act as a shield though, for clarification, but it will begin to speed heal anything that's not life-threatening. And it should help stabilize your hands. And possibly help you with walking. I can't say for sure though. She grabbed my hands and placed the necklace in it. A gift for you, for showing me such kindness. Thank you, Izuku. She smiled at me. I honestly thought that my body was fine. I have sores here and there. But after Kyo's potion she brought me, I wasn't new, but I was able to function. I nodded, baffled. I am baffled. Who is she? How can someone so goddess-like exist? You, I cringed at myself. You really are the perfect princess. I'm sure you'll be perfect for Kaken. Actually, about that izuku. The door leading to the garden busted open and an angry, fro-browed Kaken came rushing out. Deku, Kaken snarled. Oh, he's pissed. I looked back at the door. A red-faced, very, very angry Kaken. Staring right at me. The real panic set in. I'm in so much trouble. Is he going to punish me? This is it. I feel so worthless. Getting sidetracked while I left my main priority alone. How could I? Kaken quickly stomped over and glared the princess down. You dare steal my servant, I'll have your head. If you've laid but a finger on him, I'll kill you. He snarled and grabbed my wrist, pulling me up gently. Lady Katniss bursted out laughing and stood. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so possessive. If I was aware, I would have brought him back earlier. Anyways, she smiled and dusted herself off. I'm going to head to bed in my guest room. I'll see you two for breakfast in the morning. Thank you, Izuku. I nodded. And with that she went inside. I thought something happened to you again, damn it. Kaken mumbled, side-eyeing me. I said be quick. Don't take advantage of me. He snarled. You need to eat, and it's hours past dinner. Kaken, it's okay, I'm not hungry. I said you need to eat. He stated sternly, walking me inside and towards the kitchen. She'll got your suppressants, and they're in my bathroom now. You'll take them when your heat decides to start. I don't want my heat. Thinking about it makes me cringe. It's like a boulder on my chest when I think about it. Deku. He turned to me. Don't think about it too much. I know it stresses you. But it's fine. How? You're easy to read. And you can't control your pheromones. I nodded and we continued our way. To say in the least, I didn't stop stressing. Kaken grabbed some leftovers in a bowl. Eat it. I'll be right back. He mumbled and left. I stared at the soup. I don't want it. I have no appetite right now. I wish I wasn't reminded of my heat. I feel like I can hardly breathe. Why does it bother me so much? I don't want to be who I am. I hate myself so much. I glance around. It appears Kaken won't come back for a bit. I grabbed the bowl and carefully poured down the sink. I placed the bowl back down and sat on the floor waiting for him to get back. He'd be furious to know that I didn't eat, but I really don't think I could eat right now without it coming back up. After a couple minutes, Kaken came back. What did the princess do to you? He stood in the doorway glaring at me. I glanced at him, then looked down, fidgeting with my fingers. She's actually really nice. She read me a book and gave me a healing stone. She said it won't heal my current wounds, but it will prevent new ones if I wear it. Elvish magic is really cool, Kaken. HMG, he huffed. Let me see the stone. I moved closer to him and placed the necklace in his hand as he examined it. He then placed it around my neck. Okay, let's go. He quickly left after. I looked up at him, following behind. You didn't eat, did you? Wha? You can't lie to me, Deku. You're such a shit liar. He mumbled as we walked up the stairs. I'm sorry, Kaken, I really don't think I can get food down right now. Kaken sighed as we entered his room. This one night, I won't remind you of your heat again. As sore HM buck that, you know what I mean. I smiled a bit. He's so stubborn. Go change and then lay down. Kaken muttered while he quickly changed and then laid on his side of the bed. After I changed, I put his cape back on myself, then looked at him. Come on, Deku. He patted the other side of the bed. I hesitated, but I got into bed and got under the covers. The princess is truly so nice, I was very surprised, Kaken. I mumbled, looking at him. He turned onto his side and looked at me. I don't care, I won't marry her or any of the princesses. Oh, I nodded. Then I shouldn't have anything to worry about, then there's nothing I need to worry about. Night, Deku, he mumbled, closing his eyes. Night, Kaken. I'm grateful. I closed my eyes and once again fell into a peaceful, quiet, dreamless sleep. Chapter 41, Katniss Kiyama 3. When I woke up, Kaken was gone. I assume he went downstairs for breakfast and allowed me to sleep in. Which, as always, I'm grateful. It took me a few minutes to get up, but when I did, I made the bed, I changed my clothes and laid his cape upon his bed. I had gathered the laundry around his room and placed them in the basket of other dirty clothes. Kaken's been going out a lot less, so nothing's usually muddy like it used to be, which is easier for me. After I gathered the laundry, I set the basket by the door and straightened up his bathroom, after I swept his floors and dusted his shelves. I then picked the laundry basket up and headed down the awful flight of stairs. I feel like I've been lacking at my job. Kaken doesn't appear to care. And if he doesn't care, I know I shouldn't, but this is my job now. So I do care. Deku? What are you doing? Where's my cape? I stopped at the bottom of the stairs and looked at Kaken. He has a plate of food. I left it on your bed. I was going to do your laundry, should I not? Why don't you eat first? I can eat after. I've already brought the basket down. So it's okay. Kaken huffed and passed me. Be quick. Your plate will be in my room. Okay. I looked back at him as he made his way up the stairs. I smiled and continued to the laundry headquarters. He cares and it makes me feel good, and any gesture from Kaken that's not negative really means a lot. Izuku. I looked back and there was Ms. Kiyama. She has a very nice smile. Oh, hello. I turned to her and tilted my head down as respect. You don't need to do that. Anyways. She walked over. Are you about to do laundry? Yes, ma'am. Then do you mind if I hang out with you for a bit? Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind, but I have to be quick. She giggled and nodded. Okay then. I turned around and continued to the laundry room. Once we arrived to the laundry room, Ms. Kiyama started looking around. She appeared amazed, as if she's never seen such a room. It's not that impressive. It's cold, it smells musty, and it's quite plain. It is quite a large room though. There's enough space for at most 20 other people to do laundry. I watched her amazement for a bit, and then I sat by a station and started sorting his clothes, and one by one washing them by hand individually. My hands really are less shaky, it's amazing. Ms. Kiyama sat next to me and watched. How often do you do laundry? Does it take long? No, I don't really have a set schedule, I just kind of do it when it needs to be done. But lately he hasn't had me do laundry. However, Kaken really hates when others do his laundry because he says they do it wrong. Why do you call him Kaken? I glance at her and pause. It's just a nickname he lets me call him that. He calls me Deku. I see, well, that's kind of cute. I nodded and looked at the water for a few minutes. I don't know if it's cute per se, but it is what it is. Eventually I continued washing the clothes. Is he picky? She asked, tilting her head to the side. Yeah, he is. He's picky about how his room is cleaned, how his food is made, how his things are sorted, and how his laundry is done. When you first started working for him, did he address how he wanted it done? I glanced at her. So many questions. No, I've always done it my way. He's never said anything about it, but if it's not the way I do it, it's wrong to Kaken. I concluded. I stood and began wringing and hanging all the clothes up as she followed me. He's a rather interesting individual. Sometimes he has his moments, I mumbled, finishing up. Izuku? Yes? I glanced at her as I straightened out the clothes attached to the line. Would you accompany me to the garden again? She worded that weird and I can't tell her no because she asked me to accompany her. I finished and looked at her, bowing my head. I apologize, I cannot. I have to go back to Kaken's room and continue my duties. But Kaken asked me to be quick, so I have to say no. She lifted my head. You can drop your formalities with me, okay? I stepped back and nodded. Okay, but as I said before, I can't join you. Only for a few minutes? Please? Mess. It's just Katniss. She interrupted me. Katniss. Kaken will get upset at me, and angry with you if I do not do as he told me. Okay? She nodded slightly and looked down. I was about to leave, but she began talking again. I mean, well, though Katsuki doesn't appear to be the type of person to hang out with me, or give me the time of day. He didn't even look at me at breakfast, he didn't even say a word to me. I apologize for the... I have to leave. Don't apologize. She sighed and glanced away. Actually, I'm sorry. She paused for a few minutes. There was something she wanted to say, I can tell. I'm here because of my parents, but I was hoping I could at least make a friend out of my visit. What? So you don't care that Kaken is the way he is? No, I do, I want a friend, but you're more approachable. No matter what happens this week, I'm going home, and telling my parents that it didn't work out. However, it is quite boring all alone, so I was thinking of going home tomorrow. I nodded. As Kaken's personal servant, I should be working and doing as he says 24/7. I'd like to be your friend, but I don't want you to have to deal with Kaken's anger. What you experienced yesterday was him being tolerant. I see, then I'm sorry. I shook my head. Katniss, why are you only trying to find a friend? She thought about it, and her cheeks became red. You can't tell anyone, she whispered. I felt my chest squeeze. Last time someone told me a secret, I got in trouble. I'm more into princesses, she whispered. Oh? Really? And your parents don't know? No, they can't, they'd surely hate me. A alpha princess is so uncommon. I pondered for a moment. Then why not go for omegas? My parents would never allow that, they'd surely despise me if they knew. I see, then what will you do in the future? She tensed and looked away. I don't want to think about it. No matter what, I won't get my way with my parents. They are so dead set on me marrying Katsuki, but I have zero interest in him at all. Oh, okay, I'm sorry for a skin. DKU. I jolted as Kaken's fist slammed against the wall next to the laundry room's entrance. What did I say? Why yes, I'm as sorry, Kaken. I bowed my head to the princess, and walked around her, and towards Kaken. Kaken stepped around me, walked towards Ms. Kiyama. And you? I apologize, Katsuki. She apologized rather quickly. I don't care, leave him alone, don't talk to him, don't look at him. Kaken, don't be like the... Shut up, he screamed, turning and pointing at me. Don't speak. Why did I say? I flinched and nodded, looking down. Katsuki be Nick. And you, he turned to Ms. Katniss. As she froze, looking at him. Stop addressing me as Katsuki. If I see you even look at him, I'll make you leave, he stated sternly. Yes, Your Highness. She mumbled and left the laundry room. As she passed me, she nudged my arm gently and whispered, I'm so sorry. Kaken huffed and looked at me. You're done, right? I glanced at him and nodded. I avoided eye contact and kept my gaze to the side. Let's go. He grumbled and passed me quickly, bumping into my shoulder rather roughly. I winced but quickly shook it off and followed behind him. He is obviously angry at me, he's been so nice to me recently. I suppose I took advantage of his kindness. I didn't do it intentionally, but I regret it. Your food will be cold when you eat it. But it's your fault for not listening to me. He's right. I did try to listen to him. I guess I got distracted. I feel so guilty. There's this ache in the back of my throat. It's suffocating. I don't want to utter a word. I don't think I could. My eyes burn. I furrowed my brows, fidgeting with my fingers, picking at my cuticles. I wish I'd just left after I finished. I feel terrible. Ms. Kiyama got yelled at because of me. I got screamed at because of me. I've made too many mistakes today already. It's not even lunch yet. I felt tears well up in my eyes but quickly blinked them away. I hope Ms. Kiyama isn't mad at me. I tried to warn her, but I didn't leave after. I should have just gone upstairs. Once we got to his room, he slammed his door open. He is really mad. Why? I don't think I spent too long away. Why is he so mad right now? I don't understand. I get my mistakes. I can understand why he's mad. But he's livid. At least he's not being physical towards me, though. Don't just stand there and la land, dumbass. Come, Bucky, eat. I glanced at the food that was sitting on his bedside table. I don't want to eat. I have no appetite. Actually, I feel nauseous thinking about eating right now. I also don't think I want to be next to Kaisen right now. He's standing by the food. It's so embarrassing after being yelled at and then being told to eat. How can I just eat while he's angry? I then have to eat in silence. But it will feel awkward because he's mad. I hate this. I can't eat. I look at Kaisen, who's standing facing the wall, by his bedside table. He's tediously tapping his finger against the wood of the table, waiting for me to walk over as he looks at a book. But I can't. I don't want to move, speak, let alone eat. Kaisen sighed. Didn't I just say get out of La La Land, damn it? He looked at me and I quickly looked away. What the buck is going on in your head? He yelled and I flinched and shrugged. I don't want to speak. What I say doesn't matter. What? You just going to ignore me? Come, Bucky, eat. I shook my head and looked away. He slammed his fist against the bedside table. Use your bucking words, and would you Bucky eat already? I'm not going to wait here and baby you anymore. I gasped and held my breath. I shook my head slightly. He's right, though. He shouldn't have to make sure I'm eating. It hasn't been long since he started doing that, but I'm not entirely his responsibility. He shouldn't be taking care of me. I'm not a baby. He's right. I'm such a terrible servant. I was snapped out of my thoughts when I heard something clatter and shatter. I glanced up a bit, and it was the plate of food. Bucking starved then. He walked to the bathroom and slammed the door. I looked at the mess and sighed. This mess is also my fault. I grabbed a rag and the broom, and a small bag. I got down on my knees and gently picked up the larger pieces of glass from the plate. I cut my finger, but it healed faster than it could bleed. There's still a sting as if it's still there, but there's no cut. The princess truly is amazing. I quickly swept and picked up the mess. The shower in the bathroom was on, so I can assume Kaisen is showering. So I grabbed him some clothes and sat them on his bed. After I finished, I sat in the stairwell. I don't want to be in the room when he gets out. I don't think he wants me in there. Actually, he's really angry at me. It's my fault, though. I should have done better. I rested myself against the wall and picked at my fingers. It didn't matter if I picked until I bled because it just healed immediately. I could scratch, pick, and cut my skin, and it doesn't matter anymore. It heals without scars. It's not like I need it anymore anyways. I closed my eyes and tucked my head down. I'll go back, and once he's calmed down, I'd assume that'd be in a couple hours, maybe after his shower? No, I shouldn't. I just need to wait. I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to talk at all right now. I'm so stupid. Chapter 42, Regret. I heard the shower turn off and listened as he slammed the bathroom door open, and the rustling of clothes as he got dressed. He's clearly still angry, so I shouldn't go in there. I listened to his bed creak, so I assume he's going to read his book. I'll wait a couple minutes before I go in. He's always calmer when he's reading, but I'll let him get in the zone first. I tapped my feet gently against the stairs, listening to the gentle echo. I made a little beat. It's a pretty sound. While waiting for Kaisen, I was able to calm down as well. I don't know how long it had been, but it surely had been way over a couple of minutes. So I decided that I could go back inside. I'm sure Kaisen had calmed down as well. Or he was at least distracted with his book. I stood up and dusted myself off and opened the door, before I could even step inside. Get the buck out! I was wrong. I looked at him as he was sat on his bed. He wasn't doing anything. I clenched my jaw, the ache in my throat came back, and tears welled up. "Don't look at me like that, get the buck out!" he screamed, dragging his voice out. He was really angry with me. God, I'm so pitiful. I couldn't blink the tears away this time, they just spilled right over like a boiling pot. I exhaled shakily, and closed the door gently. I'm not going to wait by his door this time. I walked down the stairs, to the kitchen where I grabbed a small woven bag and put 3 apples in it. And then I walked to the back hall that led to the back of the castle. I walked out the door, and started my way to our old hideout area he showed me. Will he be pissed I'm out here? Yes, definitely. But it's not like I have my own room to wait in anymore. My old one was taken by a new servant. Besides, this'll give time for Kaken to calm down, so I'm giving him his space. I made my way through the trees into the small gorgeous open patch of grass. And I sat down. I exhaled again, my tears haven't stopped flowing. They won't stop at all. Maybe I should go back and wait in the stairwell. No, what if he decides to leave his room and is mad I'm there? I don't think he even wants to look at me. I gasp slightly for air as more tears fall. Why does it hurt so much? I wish he would just tolerate me in his room. No, I understand his anger. I was being annoying. I huffed and wiped my tears, but more fell. I laid in the grass. I'm going to take this time for myself. Katsuki's POV. Starting from Katniss Kiyama. Part 1. I'm making you lunch today, right? No, you can eat with us today, but can you hurry up already? I'm hungry. I sighed, watching Deku tediously hustle as he got ready. He's so slow. God, not only that, but he started cleaning right after he finished getting ready. I sighed and let him do his job. Once he got to what I thought was an acceptable point to stop, I told him it was clean enough, and that we should go eat finally. But what if she doesn't think so? He mumbled self-consciously, stepping halfway out of the bathroom, fiddling with a rag in his hands. He's cute when he's nervous or self-conscious. But who cares what the hitch thinks? She not staying here anyways. I hate these princesses. And I hate this one too. I don't have to know her to know. What are you talking about? She's not going to stay here anyways. If she doesn't like it, she'll have to get over it. Besides, I think it looks fine. Isn't that enough? I glanced at him. I tried reassuring him, but I don't even care what the bathroom looks like as long as it's decent. And anything Deku does is done well. I opened the door. So? Let's go. He did his quick little nod and ran into the bathroom, probably to set the rag down, but I heard the sink turn on, so I just left him. I took my time though so he could catch up. Once I heard he was right behind me, I walked a bit faster. As we were making our way down, I heard him sigh. There's always something going on in his head, always in some sort of la la land. He has so much to say in his head but so little to say out loud. Makes me wonder. I stopped and turned to look at him. I scanned his scarred face. "HM? You okay?" he mumbled. I exhaled and turned around, continuing my way to the dining room. I stopped just before the door and turned to Deku. I took my cape off carefully and gently placed it around his shoulders. "I'm marking what's mine." "Why?" he asked, confused. But he doesn't get an answer. "Shut up." I put my hand on his head gently and ruffled his hair. "It's soft." I turned and we walked into the dining room. We waited for bucking ever for this hitch to finally walk in as her and my stupid birth giver talked up a storm. If my mom likes her, I know I won't. I hate her even more now. I glance to the side at Deku as he looks at the hitch in utter awe. How annoying. I glance at the princess, and she's nothing special, but I look at Deku as he hasn't pulled his eyes away yet. What's so special about her? You're just a servant, why do you look at her like that? The princess greeted me, I acknowledged it, but I don't care, she smiles at me. Put your teeth away, you matter not to me, Hitch. I can feel Deku gaze at me. I wonder what's going on in his head right now. I can see him in my peripherals before he looks away and eats. The princess and my birth giver continue talking up a damn hurricane. Every time the princess says something my mother likes, she bucking looks at me with that ugly ass cheeky grin. I don't give a buck what she wants. So I just glance at Deku instead. I'm glad he's eating. During lunch, the princess didn't even try making conversation with either of us. So I'll take it as a token to leave with my token. I nudged Deku's shoulder, letting him know that it was time for us to leave. My mother did her little parting speech and left. Which means I can leave. Deku, let's go. I left immediately, expecting him to follow. He did not. I can show you to his room. That would be lovely. Please die. Disrespectfully. I don't want her in my room. Damn it. Once I got to my room, I closed the door and took my shoes off by the end of my bed. Deku often puts my shoes there, so I'll make it easier for him. I moved a pillow and sat against the headboard of my bed, grabbing a book from my bedside table. I read to pass time quicker. I used to leave to do my own thing, but I can't trust Deku alone anymore. He just can't take care of himself. Sometime I'll take him when he's healthier than he is now, but for now I'm just going to try and help him. Have you toured the castle yet, ma'am? He was muffled through the door. He opened it as the princess walked through before him. You can address me as Katniss, I don't mind. And no, I have not. Would you show me around? He glanced over to me, then turned his attention towards her. I'd like him to say no, but I know he can't, but hopefully he's quick. Of course. I wish my mother would get someone else to show the princesses around. I can see them in my peripherals as I keep my focus towards my book. She walked further into my room, then towards my bookshelves. Oh wow, there's quite a collection of books. She turned to Deku. Do you like books, Izuku? And me? He stuttered, closing the door. I don't know. I don't really read too often. I mean, I used to hang out in the library here, but there wasn't a whole lot I could read. He looked embarrassed. He got so excited when I brought up showing him the library before. I know he used to hang out in there cause he told me, but can he not read well? Should I teach him he's asked before, but I told him no, I'll think about it. I see. Shut up, Hitch. Do you like books, Katniss? He's uncomfortable addressing her informally. Oh, I love books. The art of the fictional world is just so beautiful. She walked closer to my bookshelf and looked through them as if she asked if she could. I wish she wouldn't touch my shit. She picked out a book and rambled about how cool it was. I stared at her. I was rather annoyed, but she hasn't done anything wrong yet, so I can't do anything. I'm burning that book after she leaves. I glanced at Deku, who appeared insecure. She set the book down. So Izuku, mind showing me around now? Stop using his name. Oh, of course. I glanced at Deku. Be quick. She took a book with her. I'll burn that one too. I hope she doesn't return with him. And with that, Deku nodded at me and left. I'm glad he listens to me. Well, he does everything well. Except take care of himself. I need to be diligent with his self-care. I know I'm his priority. I know it's his job to work for me, but he could at least recognize that he also exists. He has a beating heart too. Chapter 43, Regret 2. I knew touring the castle would take some time, so I read my book to pass it. A few hours passed before I put my book down on my bedside. I got out of bed and glanced out my window to see where the sun was in the sky. It was almost dinner. I'll wait a little longer to see if he comes back up before. I paced my room back and forth. I couldn't read anymore. It was starting to get irritating. I left for dinner pretty late. I went downstairs. When I got to the dining room, my parents had been pretty much done eating and my food was cold. Did they already eat? My parents glanced at me. You're late, Katsuki. Where's the princess? Did you send her home already? My mother glared me down. No, I thought they'd be down here already. They? She's with your servant? My dad glanced at me. Oh, that's perfect. She'll be fine with Izuku. The princess isn't who I am worried about. By the way, Katsuki, I'd like for you to come talk to me sometime after you eat. I'll be in my workroom for a couple hours before going to bed. I mumbled. That is not important to me right now. I thought that maybe they were already here and I was overthinking, but neither the princess or Deku showed up. I ate my cold food and my parents left before I finished. I can't lie to myself. Last time I left him alone, something terrible happened. I don't trust her. I asked him to be quick. He usually listens so well. I can't worry too much though. After dinner, I went to the kitchen to see if there may have been leftovers. There was not. I waited for them to do all the dishes. Someone was left in there and I asked them to explain the appliances to me. I want to try and make something for Deku. Their explanation was bleak and quick. She sounded uncomfortable and scared. I'm not scary anyways. I got a basic idea of the kitchen I told her to watch just in case, so I don't mess anything up. She got me a cookbook and an apron. I'm not wearing an apron. I stared at her as she held it. But what if your clothes get dirty? Will cooking ruin my clothes? Does cooking do that? She just stared at me and then started giggling. Your Highness, what are you doing in here anyways? I furrowed my brows. None of your business. She brushed it off and didn't ask anymore. I like that. Well, if you don't want to get your clothes dirty, then you need an apron. I sighed and put it on. And tied the back loosely. This is awful. I mumbled, placing the cookbook on the counter. I flipped through it until I got to the soup section. And scanned through and found something simple. The servant came over and looked over. Are you sure that one? Why don't you do something easier? She moved the book and flipped to another page. Tomato bisque soup, she read out loud. I'll get you all the ingredients. And pans for it. I didn't even get a choice. This is supposed to be for Deku from me, and she's taking over. I don't need any help. I huffed as she set everything up for me. I did need help. She helped me with a couple things. But after a little over an hour, it was done. She said it tastes great, so I hope Deku thinks so too. What's your name? I mumbled to the servant. Abigail, but most people here call me Abby. I nodded. Can you show me how to keep this hot? Of course, Your Highness. It might not stay hot for a long time, but it'll keep it warm. She took the bowl and put a top over it. I watched as she put it aside. Is this all you needed? Why didn't you have someone else make it? None of your business. I mumbled and looked at the soup. Oh, okay then, well, I'll clean up. She looked away and started the dishes. I watched her for a bit, then left up to my room. I looked around, but he hadn't returned to my room. There was no sign of him returning either. I read a few pages of my book, but I couldn't sit still. I have a churning in my chest. Reading was not calming at all. I was worried, restless. God damn it. My mother trusts the princess, but he has no reason to be with her for so long. I tried trusting my mother's words, and how much she's talked to the princess already, but this feeling is eating at me. I practically ran downstairs and looked at the recovery headquarters, the guest department, the library, laundry room, the kitchen, just in case. And they were nowhere. I hate this feeling, panicky. What if something happened to him again? It'd be my fault for waiting so long. I did remember one place he loved, the garden. I ran to the garden and slammed open the door. Deku, and there they were. I was worried for nothing. My worry was for nothing. This anxiety was overwhelming. I hate that. God, I hate that I feel this way. I stared at Deku. My cape is still draped around his shoulders. I scanned his body for any unusual markings. His clothes and hair look a little rustled. Why? Did she do something? She's been overly interested with Deku. They hung out for hours, and he disobeyed my orders. I walked over quickly and stared the princess down. Her clothes appear untouched. I see the book next to her. I'm burning it. I glare at her. You dare steal my servant? I'll have your head. If you've laid but a finger on him, I'll kill you. I gently grabbed Deku's wrist and pulled him up to his feet. His wrists are still so thin he needs to eat. He'll get sick if he doesn't. This hitch begins laughing like a bucking maniac. She stood and made eye contact with me. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were so possessive. If I was aware, I would have brought him back earlier. Anyways. Would she shut up? I don't care. I'm going to head to bed in my guest room. Thank the lords above. I'll see you two for breakfast in the morning. She looked at Izuku and gave a cheeky smile. Thank you, Izuku. She then went inside. I hate that. Did she do something to him with him? I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hate her. I sighed. I thought something happened to you again, damn it. I mumbled, glancing at him. I hate being honest, it's such a weakness. I said, be quick. Don't take advantage of me. Was that right to say? I've embarrassed myself, I have to cover it. He's just a servant, I shouldn't feel this way. I glanced at his body up and down. You need to eat, and it's hours past dinner. Kaken, it's okay, I'm not hungry. It's been hours, how is he not? I made him food too, I spent so long on it. I said you need to eat. I stated and grabbed his wrist, walking inside and towards the kitchen. I really wanted him to try what I made, I hope he thinks it's good, I'm excited. Before we got to the kitchen, I remembered Shio finally got the suppressants. I thought maybe him knowing we have them now, he'll be less stressed about the topic. Shio got your suppressants, and they're in my bathroom now. You'll take them when your heat decides to start. Soon his body will be healthy enough to do its natural things, and maybe he'll be happier when his body is healthier too. His pheromones began going crazy, he's anxious, does it really stress him out that much? I shouldn't have brought it up again. Deku, I turned to him. Don't think about it too much, I know it stresses you. But you'll be fine. I know I'm bad with reassurance, it's embarrassing. But we have stuff to control it, it should stress him less. How? You're easy to read and you can't control your pheromones. He just nodded, and I took that as a week and continued to the kitchen. My mother asked me to come talk to her. I forgot entirely. I'll have to visit her, I suppose. We entered the kitchen and I grabbed the soup I made for him and took the top off and threw the cover away. Eat it. I'll be right back. I set it by him with a spoon and left. I walked to her workroom and opened the door. She was not in her office, I guess she went to bed. I closed her door and walked to her room and knocked, then opened the door. Katsuki. I said come talk to me hours ago. I think she just got into bed, my father is already asleep. But I'm in here now, so what did you want? Katsuki, get out of my room. We can talk tomorrow if I'm not busy. She sighed and shooed me away. I closed her door. I just wasted time, I wanted to see Deku's reaction to the food I made. I quickly walked back to the kitchen, and stopped by the door. I heard a liquid go down the drain. I knew what it was, a pit grew in my chest. An ache in my throat. This was my first time really cooking something, and it was all for nothing. This feeling is terrible, I feel terrible. I really did try so hard, I spent so long on it, I even got help. Maybe he tried it, and didn't like it. That hurts more to think about, my chest hurts so bad. I stepped into the doorway and looked at him as he sat on the floor. I stared at him. He appeared lost in thought. Maybe me bringing up his heat stressed him too much. I guess it's my fault he didn't eat, he could have at least tried it. Well, he might have, I'll find out. I scanned his body. His clothes were still a bit tattered. What did the princess do to you? I watched as he fidgeted with his hands. Is he nervous? Of what? What did she do? She's actually really nice. She read me a book and gave me a healing stone. She said it won't heal my current wounds, but it will prevent new ones if I wear it. Elvish magic is really cool, Kaken. I know it is. Why is she so kind to him? Is she interested in him? She shouldn't be, he's mine. I don't want him spending more time with her. I stopped getting involved with the princesses to spend time with him, to take care of him, but she's taking him away. I hate this. HMG. I sighed, not knowing how to respond. Let me see the stone. He stood and walked over, handing me the stone from his pocket. He didn't put it on yet. I examined it. It was real, it's not dangerous. I gently put it around his neck. It looks good on him. Okay, I sighed. Let's go. I left, and started my way to my room as he followed behind me. You didn't eat, did you? What? He thought he could hide it from me? I won't tell him I made it. You can't lie to me, Deku. You're such a shit liar. I mumbled, walking up the stairs. I'm sorry, Kaken, I really don't think I can get food down right now. I sighed, entering the room. He didn't try it, not even a taste. I wasted my time, it's my fault. I feel guilty I can't show it. It's weak. This one night. He doesn't have to eat for tonight. I just wish he didn't pour it down the drain. He could have saved it, or maybe he thought I think he ate it, but if I didn't know he threw it away, I'd get a fake response about it. Damn. I feel like shit. I won't remind you of your heat again. As sorbuck that, you know what I mean. I hate that word. It's so stupid. Go change and then lay down. After, I changed then laid in bed. I glanced at him as he quickly changed then put my cape back on. It looks good on him. He looked at me and just stood there. Come on, I patted my bed. He kind of hesitated but eventually he walked over and laid in bed getting under the covers. The princess is truly so nice, I was very surprised, Kaken. He whispered and turned to me as I glanced at him. He spent hours with her, and he looks like he had so much fun, he looks happy. I'm glad he's not hurt, I'm glad she didn't do anything to him but show him kindness, but she's taking him away from me and I don't like it. She's not staying, I hope he doesn't get attached just because she's nice. I turned and looked at him. I don't care, I won't marry her or any princesses. I have no interest in any of the princesses. I don't care if they're perfect, or beautiful, or the definition of a goddess. I don't want it. Oh, he mumbled with a small nod. He seems disappointed I shouldn't feel this way. I feel so dumb. I wonder if he is interested in her, maybe he wants her to stay cause she's nice to him. Does he think she likes him? Does she like my servant? Does he like her? She doesn't seem to appear to be interested in me. I hate this feeling. I hate this. I huffed a bit and closed my eyes. Night, Deku, this'll be the worst sleep of my life. I hate everything. Night, Kaken. I don't hate you. Good night, Izuku, I hope you sleep well tonight. Chapter 44, Regret 3. When I woke up it was still pretty dark outside. I looked over towards Deku and he was sound asleep, like a rock. I'll let him sleep in today. I really did have the worst sleep of my life. I woke up early and irritated. Today is going to be the definition of waking up on the wrong side of the bed, I can feel it. I waited for the sun to rise before got dressed and I headed downstairs. My dad was already there. I sat down and waited for the servants to bring out breakfast. Eventually, my mother and the princess walked in again talking. How do they find so much to talk about? My mother should just marry her since she likes her so much. It's tedious. They sat down and Abigail was the one who brought out breakfast. I made eye contact with her but she bowed her head and set our plates down then left. I appreciate her respect. I thought all the other servants here were useless, but I suppose not. Where's Izuku? The princess looked at me. Why? I glanced at her before I began to eat. He should eat, shouldn't he? Is he okay? I sighed and ignored her. It's none of her business. Katsuki. Be respectful. My mother butted in. I sighed. Sleeping, I mumbled and continued eating. The princess didn't speak for the rest of breakfast, well until I left. I left early and headed to the kitchen. As soon as I left the room she struck conversation with my mother. It annoys me so much. She annoys me so much. I entered the kitchen and Abigail and a few other servants were cleaning up. Is there any leftovers? I walked over to Abigail who was doing dishes. Your Highness? Oh no, I'm sorry. Why do you guys make so little? I watched her. I see some of the servants staring at us in my peripherals. They should mind their own business. We don't, she mumbled. She's uncomfortable. I glanced around. It's obvious why she's uncomfortable. I shouldn't care much, but I think I'll need her help again. I'll wait till everyone's done, don't leave after. I walked out and stood outside the kitchen door. I watched each servant leave the kitchen, each one glancing at me and scurrying away. Some whispering to each other. It's annoying. They live here, they shouldn't be so surprised to see a royal around. After a few minutes, I peeked inside and just Abigail was left. I walked in. Why is there never any food after a meal? She jumped and looked at me. I startled her. Your Highness, she bowed her head. Sometimes we make enough to feed the royals plus all the servants. Before we bring food out we see how many people are at the table, then divvy up the rest between us since we have to eat too. That makes sense. But there's not enough for my servant. Would you like me to make something else for you, Your Highness? Are you still hungry? I shook my head. No, I need your help to make something. Oh? Again? Why are you trying to make food? I can do it for you. It's none of your business, and not for me. I glanced away and around the kitchen trying to find something I can make for Deku. I don't know what to make for him. What's a good breakfast item? Oh, eggs and toast is a easy and rather nutritious breakfast. We can make that if you'd like. I'll get out the items for you. She scurried and gathered what I needed and placed it on the countertop, then handed me an apron. Again? I mumbled. You'll get your clothes dirty, sir. I sighed and took it. Fine. I put it on and looked at all the ingredients. I don't know where to start, it's not as many as when I made the soup last night. Here, she put a pan on the stove top and turned it on, then lit a match and then lit the stove. Just let that heat up for a couple minutes. You can whisk the eggs while it does that. Whisk eggs? I stared at her. Wah, she giggled and grabbed a bowl. Then grabbed 2 eggs and handed me an egg. Crack them carefully without getting the shells in the bowl. Like this. She cracked it with the countertop and then opened it with her thumbs as the insides of it plopped into the bowl. That was disgusting. But I copied. You got a little shell in it, but that's okay. She took the shell out and then handed me a whisk. Start whisking. I'll put some cream in it so they're fluffier. I nodded and just stirred it as she grabbed the cream. She walked back over and put just a little in. It didn't look like enough. It's not a cake, you have to whisk in small circles to break the yolks. She took the bowl and showed me. I don't know what the difference is, but whatever. I sighed and took it back and copied her. She put some spices and then put a slab of butter in the pan, which melted quickly. When you think it's whisked well, just put it in the pan. I glanced at her, then the bowl. I think it's good. I poured it in and it sizzled a bit. Now here's a wooden spoon. What you'll do is, as it cooks from the bottom, you'll scrape it to the side so the uncooked part at the top switches places with the cooked part. Like this? I did as she told me and she nodded. Okay, I'll make the toast for you. Just do that and I'll check on it when I'm done. I sighed and continued what I was doing. After a couple minutes she brought over a plate with 2 pieces of toast, then looked at the eggs. They're almost done. Just a few more seconds. I nodded and continued until she took over and turned the stove off, then put the eggs on the plate. And that's all. Here, try them, what do you think? She took a small piece of egg from the plate and handed it to me. I took it and tried it. It was good enough for Deku. I'm excited for him to try it. I'm sure he'll eat breakfast since he didn't eat dinner yesterday. So? It's fine. I mumbled and took the apron off. She took it from me, then cleaned the mess. Are you done now? Yeah. I'll be leaving. Okay, I'll clean up. Thanks. I mumbled and took the plate. I left and started my way to my room. I hope he's still sleeping. I'll have to wake him up. When I got to the stairs, he had my basket of laundry. My cape wasn't on his shoulders, nor was it in the laundry basket. Deku? What are you doing? Where's my cape? He paused and looked at the food, then at me. I left it on your bed. I was going to do your laundry, should I not? I want him to eat. He hasn't eaten since lunch yesterday. Why don't you eat first? I can eat after. I've already brought the basket down. So it's okay. It's not okay. I sighed and passed him. Be quick. Your plate will be in my room. Hopefully this time he's quick. I don't want it to be cold. Okay. I trust him. I continued my way up the stairs. I really hope he's quick. He's always been pretty fast when doing laundry, so I don't have much to worry about. I entered my room and placed the plate on the bedside table next to my book. Hopefully his food stays warm until he's back. I sat on my bed and grabbed my book reading. It passes time, and I'm not very patient, so it keeps me occupied. I read until his food got cold. It won't taste as good anymore, and he won't like it. It had been at most 45 minutes. He's taking too long. He never takes this long. I told him to be quick. I put my book down and glanced at the food. It doesn't even look good anymore. He usually listens so well. Why isn't he anymore? Is she with him this time? She's pissing me off. Him not listening is pissing me off. I'm just pissed off. I woke up irritated, and the princess butting in Deku's business is irritating me even more. She's affecting me too, not just Deku's work. This shouldn't happen 2 days in a row. Why am I trying so hard? Right now it's like he doesn't care. I'm so pathetic. I sighed and walked into the bathroom and glanced in the mirror. I should calm down, I can't. I can't stop thinking about it. I'm furious. I need to go find Deku. It's unlikely something happened to him, but he's taking too long. It's almost been an hour. I'm not waiting any longer. I walk out of the bathroom and then towards my door. What if I'm overreacting and he really is still doing laundry? It wasn't a lot of laundry though. The princess is with him. That's the only explanation I can think of. My blood is boiling. I'm finding him. I quickly walk out of my room into laundry room. Thoughts I don't want in my head are pissing me off. I can't stop thinking about the skank. This feeling is so irritating, I'm losing my shit. I can hear a woman's voice in a whisper. I turn the corner and see the princess. I want to rage. I slam my fist against the wall. Deku. He jumped. I scared him, but he's having a full-on conversation with her. She's distracting him. What did I say? I asked him to be quick. This has happened twice, and it's all because of her. Why yes, I am sorry, Kaken. He hesitantly bowed his head to the princess, and walked around her towards me. I walked around him and towards the princess, glaring at her. She pisses me off. Looking at her makes me want to go ballistic. And going insane, and for what? For someone who doesn't appear to care much. I'm pissed at myself now too. I exhaled. And you? I pointed at her slightly. I apologize, Katsuki. You apologizing doesn't make me feel any better. And I hate that you address me by my name. I hate you. And everything about you. You make me so furious. I don't care. Leave him alone. Don't talk to him. Don't look at him. I stated loudly, but sternly. I heard Deku open his mouth. Kaken, don't be like the... Excuse me? Shut up, I turned, pointing my finger at him. He dares defend her. He dares to care. I see red. I'm seeing red, holy shit. He gaped his mouth as if he was going to speak again. Don't speak. I refuse to listen to anything he has to say if it's defending her. What did I say? And he disobeys. She's not that important. She's not that special. You disobey me to defend her? To hang out with her? You're mine, you're supposed to listen to me. Katsuki be Nick. Shut your mouth. And you, I turned to her as she froze in place. My heart is pounding a storm. I'm losing my shit. I need to calm down. I need to calm down. I need to calm down. I exhale slightly. Stop addressing me as Katsuki. If I see you even look at him, I'll make you leave. I stated sternly. I can't do that, that's unreasonable, but I'm setting a boundary. Yes, Your Highness. She mumbled and left. My eyes followed her as she nudged Deku and apologized. I'll let it be, you may listen, but I'm still raging. I exhaled heavily. I wish I could exhale my anger away. I need to be sedated for how much my blood is boiling right now. I looked at Deku and he is terrified, stuck in his head. It's my fault. You're done, right? He nodded and avoided eye contact. Look at me, he doesn't have to, it's my fault, I yelled at him. Let's go. I sighed and quickly walked out, putting my hand against my temples. I bumped into Deku. I didn't mean it, he's okay, he's following me. Your food will be cold when you eat it. But it's your fault for not listening to me. I just wanted to try for him. I've been trying to be patient. I've gone out of my comfort zone these last 2 days, just for him to disobey what I've asked of him. And I can't follow him around like a puppy so he won't interact with the princess, cause that would make him uncomfortable. I just want him to appreciate what I've done. I just want my mom to stop sending princesses. I just want Deku to prioritize me right now. I want him to see that I'm trying to be kind, I'm trying to do something that I'm not used to. God, thinking about it is making me boiling over. Why am I trying so hard? He doesn't even notice. I opened the door a little rough and it slammed open. How do I control myself? I'm so used to just taking my anger out on things, but it scares him. Changing is so hard. I walked over to the food and stared at it. It doesn't even look good, the bread is stale, the eggs are cold and gross. I tried for nothing. Again. I glance at him. He's in his own head. He needs to eat. Don't just stand there and loll and dumbass. Come buck and eat. I can smell his pheromones. He's anxious and scared. He's guilty and sad. He should be, except for scared, but I've done some terrible things, so it makes sense I'm terrible. I want to kill. How do people not get so infuriated? Why can't I calm down? I look at the food, then at the book that's to the side. I need to distract myself. I can't focus on anything. I vigorously tap my finger against the wood of my bedside table. I tap it faster as my blood continues to boil over. I can't express how infuriated I am right now. Why won't he eat? Why won't he listen now? He's not speaking? He can talk now. I sighed. Didn't I just say get out of La La Land, damn it? I raised my voice. I'm not trying to yell at him, but he won't listen. I'm glancing towards his direction as he looks at me, then away quickly. He's ignoring me? Is he really ignoring me right now? Why do you disobey? Who do you think you are? As I feel like I'm doing so much you don't even give a rat's ass? What the buck is going on in your head? I slammed my fist against the bedside as the plate clattered slightly. He just shrugged and kept his eyes to the side. Answer me. Look at me. Why do you ignore me? He says nothing. He keeps his eyes to the floor. I can't. Why? Use your bucking words, and would you eat already? I'm not going to wait here and baby you anymore. He gasped and held his breath. He does as much to not speak to me? Holy, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm losing my mind. Listen to me, damn it, why am I doing so much? I want to scream at him. He's not listening. I look at the food. It's not even worth trying anymore. I went out of my way to do nothing for him. I haven't done a thing. Everything I feel like I've done means nothing. I've done nothing. I've done not a single thing for him. Absolutely nothing. He's ignoring me, he hates me? Buck. I swiped the plate off the bedside as it hit the floor and shattered. Bucking starve then. I'll have to get him something to eat for lunch since he won't bucking eat right now. I stomp into the bathroom and slam the door. I need to isolate myself. Chapter 45, Regret 4. I start a cold shower. I take my cape off and throw it to the side. I don't bother taking the rest off. I stepped into the cold immediately. It's not helping. I need to give it time. I can't get my mind to calm, my heart is pounding. I know my face is beet red. I know my veins are bulging. I'm going to kill. I stand in the cold for what seemed like a while. It doesn't work. My mind is racing. This isn't helping. It's pissing me off more. I don't want to be around Deku like this. I can't. I will hurt him. Verbally, mentally, physically, I don't know. But I don't want it to happen. I can't. He's all I got right now. Holy buck, I'm out of my mind. He's just a servant, no, he's my servant. But he won't listen. I punch the shower wall as the tiles crack. I punch again and again. Nothing seizing this feeling. I don't want to hurt him. I have no drive to hurt Izuku. I won't. But he's scared of me right now, so what's the difference? God bucking, damn it. No wonder he's afraid of me. I'm a shit show. Once more I punch. Nothing. I try and make the water colder. Nothing. There's nothing I can do. What is wrong with me? Nothing. 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 Everything. I look at the wall. A few tiles are, yeah, there's no hiding those, plus there's red. I look at my fist as it starts to swell. It aches, there's multiple cuts along my knuckles and the top of my fingers. I'm bleeding quite a bit. Doesn't matter. I'd rather see red come from me right now than anyone else. Maybe the princess, yes, the princess. I can't though. Buck. Thinking about her pisses me off more. Holy shit, I need an exorcist. I press my forehead against the tiles. This cold water isn't helping, I can't have Deku near me. He needs to find something else to do until I calm down. I've yelled at him too much. I do it all the time, I need to stop. Can I? Changing is God, what is the matter with me? He probably hates me again. When will he speak to me again? It's so understandable. I'm so terrible to him all the time. He probably would never have guessed I've been trying while he does his own thing with the princess. He's just being nice, he's too nice, I can't express it any other way, it's weak, I'm not weak. I'm being weak. I hate myself. Deku is going to just disappear from me and I won't know what to do with myself. I'm making too many mistakes. I'm allowed to, but it feels so terrible. I'm so terrible. This entire time I've been the problem. I know it, and I can't mentally accept it. I need to fix my shit. How can I say I'm helping him if I'm hurting him as well? God, I'm a piece of shit, how do I fix this? I punch the wall once more. I wince as the pain shoots up my arm. I deserve it. One more, I do it again, harder, knowing it would do nothing. This pain is unbearable, I don't care. It's bearable. I'm not weak. I rinse my hand in the cold water. It's so painful, but right now, anything to get this fury out. The bleeding doesn't stop. It's okay. I turn the shower off with my left hand. I feel sick. I get out, I'm dripping everywhere. I walk towards the door and open it with my right, pain shoots up my arm, buck. I kick the door open and doubled over, grabbing my wrist. Holy shit. I bucked up. I glance at my bed and slowly let go of my wrist. He got me clothes. He's God bucking, damn it. I'm such an asshole. I struggled to take my wet clothes off, they stuck to my body, and I could hardly move my hand. I can do it. I managed and eventually got myself dressed. I sat on my bed and opened a drawer to my bedside and took out a wrap. I don't care if it's still bleeding, I just need to cover it so Deku doesn't see. I began wrapping it, I need it tight. I winced and pulled it tighter, groaning under my breath. I exhale shakily and continue. I heard the door begin to open, he can't see. I put my hand to the side, hiding it. Get the buck out! I yelled, damn it. I need him out. He needs to leave. I yelled at him again, damn it, I did without thinking. I look at him as he stares at me, his jaw clenched and tears welling up in his eyes. You can't look at me like that. Don't look at me like that. I didn't mean anything to hurt you. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. My chest aches. Don't look at me like that, get the buck out. His tears spilled right down his face, one right after the other. He's crying. My heart hurts so much. I feel like shit all around. He needs to leave though. He has to. I'm pissed and injured, both don't mix. Nothing mixes with my anger. He needs to go. I'm sorry, Izuku, just wait outside my door for a couple more minutes. Damn it, I'm so sorry. He closed the door gently. I hope he waits. I just need a few to fully calm down. The shower didn't work though, no, I've calmed, I'm just my hand. I'm on edge. I still yelled at him, it's no excuse. I bucked up. I have so much regret, what is wrong with me? I look at my hand. Blood is soaking into my bed. Am I bleeding too much? My heart is still pounding, I'm lightheaded. I'm fine. He's been through so much worse, I'm not weak. I continue to wrap it tight. As painful as it is, I finish and deal with the obscene amount of throbbing. I get up and walk to the bathroom and grab my cape, putting it on. I look at myself in the mirror. I'm a mess. I'm so terrible. I want to break it. One more, I have one more in me. I glance at my wrapped hand. One more. One more. One more. I shouldn't be trying to condone this. One more. I punch once more, it's too weak to shatter the glass. I've shattered this mirror before, my mother would kill me if I did it again. Pain explodes within my hand as I double over against the counter. Buck, I exclaimed. I tapped my forehead against the counter multiple times, debating if that was the right choice. Yes. I'm calm. I'm civil. I deserved it. All that I've done, I deserve it. What's a mere injury like this? I'm an idiot. I stand straight. I keep my hand rested to the side, just moving my elbow gives mass amounts of pain to my hand. I have to be weary to not move it at all. I walk out and sit on my bed again. I glance at my book and then at the floor. There's blood on the floor, my bed, the shower wall, the bathroom floor, and a small amount on the mirror. The mirror? I look at the wrap. It's slowly seeping. Should I make it thicker? Should I rewrap it? God damn it. I get up and grab a hand towel and lazily wipe the blood from the floor with my foot. After the floor was okay, I picked it up and wiped the counter off, then half-assed the bathroom shower tiles. I'll leave my bed as it. I don't care enough, and I don't think I can change the sheets anyways. But Deku could do it, and I ruined both of his hands. I really am terrible. I can do it. I struggle, but I do it. I take all the sheets off and comforter. I push them to the corner of my room. I open a closet and take out bedding and a new comforter. This'll be hard. What am I doing? This isn't my job. I have to, I need to. I have to deal with the pain. Struggling and painfully, I put the bedding on. Multiple, and I mean multiple times, a corner of the bed came undone. I have bullets of pain shooting into my hand as I barely yet forcefully move it. Once I get it done, I slam my face into the bed and scream. How did he function so well? I'm such a hitch. I stand and put the comforter on, then the pillows. It's not as good as when Deku does it. But I'm not him, so I walk towards the door and open it with my left. Deku? I look around. I'd leave too if I were him. I'll look for him in a second. He needs to eat today. I'm still worrying for him. I hate myself. I walk back into my room, leaving the door open. I open a drawer to my bedside and put the wrap back. I then look through my drawer a bit more and find some black silk hand gloves. They're thin but will hide my hand. I guess I'll have to wear the other ones so I don't look stupid. I carefully put it over my ruined hand and struggle to put my left in the other one. I get up and kick the ruined sheets under the bed, after I again struggled like a little hitch, and put my shoes on. Then walked out of my room, closing the door. Why do I do this to myself? I really am an idiot. I'm an idiot all around. I hurt those I like, and I hurt myself to calm myself down, which didn't even work. Or I don't know if it did. No, it did. I am much calmer than I was before. The ache in my chest from seeing Deku's face lingers. I really must have hurt him. I always do. I can't express how terrible I am. I know it. I can't help it. Why can't I change for him? I'm trying, but it's not enough. Am I trying? I thought so. I shake off my thoughts and walk through every department. Your Highness? I turn and there's Abigail. I didn't check the kitchen. Abby, I mumbled. Your Highness, you look unwell. Are you okay? I sigh. I want to tell her I can't. Can you make a couple of sandwiches? I ask, walking over as she nodded and heads into the kitchen. I follow. Is everything okay? No. I watch as she makes them quickly and wraps them in a clear wrap. How many? Just 2? Maybe 5, 6? I mumbled as she does just that. She listens, but she's not Deku. She puts them in a paper bag and slides it over to me. What's wrong, Your Highness? You didn't want to make them? I can't. I grab the bag with my left and keep my right under my cape. What happened? Was there an incident in the laundry room? What do you mean? I stared at her. She knows something I don't. I heard the new princess and another servant in the laundry room this morning after you left. I can know. Tell me. Did you hear everything? More or less, she mumbled. Is someone going to get in trouble for this? No. I need to know. Tell me, please, I mumbled. She exhaled. I didn't hear everything, but the princess really wanted to hang out with the servant. It was weird, I guess. She said she wanted a friend and that they were approachable, so she picked them till she has to leave back home. The servant in there told her no a couple times, but she kept talking. She was whispering at the end, so I couldn't hear and just left. He tried, but he also tried defending her. Why is it important to you? I sighed. The servant she keeps talking to is mine. It's my servant, my personal servant. And he keeps disobeying, or I thought he was. But because of her he's not doing his job, or eating. Or I get it, you're ranting, Your Highness. I nodded and looked away. I'm an embarrassment. Is that why you were cooking? So he'd eat. I nodded. He's weak, he has to, he can't work for me. If he gets too weak, I don't want to let him go. I see every servant here thinks you're a tyrant, Your Highness, but you really do care. You're trying. Does he know? No. Did he like the food? He threw the soup away when I turned my back, and his breakfast got too cold this morning and he wouldn't eat, it was thrown away. I mumbled. I glanced at her. The look in her eyes is sad. I'm so sorry, Your Highness, you should have told him you made it. I shook my head. It doesn't matter anymore, now he'll just feel bad about it. And I don't want him to, I already hurt him enough as is. She nodded and stepped back. I'm sorry, that green curly-haired boy is your servant, right? Are you looking for him? Yeah. I yelled at him too much, so he's somewhere. I need to find him. He left from the back. He had a small sack when he left. I don't know where he went though. I stared at her. I was able to fully calm down. And she's been such a help these couple of days. Thank you, I mumbled. I'll get you a raise when I return. I saw a glimmer in her eyes. She loved hearing that. Anytime, I'm happy to be of help. She smiled. Good luck finding him. I nodded and left. I've been lucky yet unlucky. I walked to the back corridor of the castle, then left. I looked around at the gardens. He's probably not in the castle's vicinity. It's all my fault. I'll give him time. I trust he's okay right now. I hope he's okay right now. If he's where I think he is, the walk there is safe. The area is safe too. He should be safe. I take my time walking to the hideout. There's no way he's not here. I can feel that he is. It's been quite a while since I told him to leave my room. It's a little past lunch. It took me some time to get my room situated with my predicament. My fault. I don't regret it. After a while, I enter the forest and slowly make my way to our small open area. As I get closer, I see him. He's laying down. He might be resting. He probably doesn't want to see me. I should have taken that into consideration before coming. I decide to walk around the area and enter from behind. I step into the flat area of grass, then carefully sit against a tree. He's sleeping. There's an apple core set to the side. He ate something. I felt a relief come over me. He ate, not much, but he ate. I set the paper bag to the side and lean back against the tree. A cold wind blows heavily as Deku shivers. I exhale softly and stand slowly. I take my cape off and lay it over his body. He'll stay warm like this. I quietly and carefully move back to where I was sitting. I glanced at my hands. I compared the sizes they were. It's hard to tell cause it's wrapped and in a glove, but it's swollen. It's definitely swollen. I mean, it's throbbing so much. How has Deku dealt with so much pain? I feel bad. I sighed and watched him. And after a couple hours he sat up and looked at the cape. He looked around. I grinned slightly. He didn't look behind him. He's so funny. He exhaled and wrapped the cape around himself. And then he dug for an apple from the small sack. I watched as he ate it while he scanned the area in front of him. Is he looking for me? I wouldn't doubt it. I slowly moved my knees up and rested my left arm along the top of my knee. He's so clueless. I watch intently. I'm right behind you. I wonder if he's scared that I could be near. He might be scared I'm here. Maybe I shouldn't have stayed. I laid my head against my arm and continued to watch. After he finished his apple, he grabbed both apple cores and walked to the edge of the area and put them in a bush. He stepped back and turned around. As we made eye contact, he yelped and fell back. Kaisen? Chapter 46. I'm sorry, Izuku. Izuku's POV. It's warm. When I fell asleep, it was cold. I opened my eyes and found Kaisen's cape along my body. He's here? He's here? He's here. Where? I sit up and look around. He's not. He's not. I guess he came and found me and left. I look at the cape. He cares. I sighed and grabbed my apple sack and took one out. There's one more left. That's okay. I'll just return to the castle after they're all gone. Once I finish the apple, I grabbed the core from earlier and stood walking towards the edge of the hangout area and put them in a bush. I stepped back and turned around to walk back, but my heart leapt out of my chest. I panicked and fell back staring at Kaken? How long has he been there? He looks comfortable. His knees to his chest, his left arm rested on the top of his knees along with his head tilted to the side resting on his left arm. Just gazing. He stayed silent for a few seconds then cleared the silence. You okay? He mumbled. I nodded and stood walking over. I sat a couple feet in front of him. Kaken took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. I opened my mouth to speak but he beat me to eye. I'm sorry, Izuku. His red radiant eyes piercing into mine. He said my name, he apologized, I never would have thought wow. It's okay, I get it, I wasn't listening. Kaken sighed. You did, someone said they overheard the conversation today in the laundry room. Deku, you listened, the princess was in the way is all. I know you didn't mean to. I nodded. He knows, does he know the princess's secret? I won't say anything about it. Okay, I mumbled. Are you cold? He shook his head as his gaze fell to the grass. Kaken sighed again. What? He interrupted me. I know it doesn't mean much now, Izuku, but I am sorry that I got so upset. That I told you to be quiet, I didn't think, I just did, and it was I. He paused and huffed. I was wrong, it was wrong. I regret it, I'm sorry. He concluded. He kept his eyes to the ground. He was refusing eye contact. It's reasonable. I know he hates voicing things out like this. But it means so much. Kaken, I exhaled softly. I know my place though. I'm just a servant, I forgive you. It's okay. Kaken shrugged. You're more than just a servant, Izu. If you were nothing but a mere servant, we wouldn't be sitting here together. He mumbled. I guess he's rig. He said I'm more than just a servant. My heart began to race. I'm special, I'm special. After this princess leaves, I want to take you on a trip. He mumbled, glancing up at me, barely moving his head. Okay? I nodded. I'd like that. Are you sure you want me to go though? Yes. I want you to go. I nodded and looked down, fidgeting with my fingers. Okay, after the princess leaves. I smiled. What type of trip would Kaken have in mind? When do you want to return to the kingdom? Kaken mumbled, moving his left arm and nudging my fidgeting hands. We can go back whenever you want, he said softly. I glanced at him. He's being gentle right now, it's nice. I'm not sure we'll have to return for dinner, but I don't want to, I mumbled, looking down. Kaken moved his hand and put a paper bag in front of me. I brought food too, we don't have to return until you want. They're sandwiches though, so they'll only be good for so long. I nodded. Maybe later tonight, I like it here, I muttered, moving my hands and fidgeting with the grass. That's fine. Kaken moved his left arm over his knees again and rested his head on it. I smiled some. Kaken's change of heart is enjoyable. Strange, how long will it last? He always has his moments. He's nice for a while and then something switches and he snaps, and then he returns nice. Can I look forward to this special treatment? Or is it just another one of his moments? I do believe I can trust it. He actually apologized. I know he hates apologizing. He found me, put his most loved possession on me, brought food, and is following my Tim. But I'm just a servant. He said I'm not. But in the long run, that's all I'll ever be. Even if it's not to him. I glanced at Kaken and scanned his body, his face, shoulders, arms, hand. Why are you wearing gloves? That's new. I muttered. It's just cold, that's all. I nodded. Would you like your cape back? No. Keep it on. It's not super cold. I nodded again. I feel like the silence when we're not talking should be awkward, but it's not. It's just calming. I exhaled softly. Can I eat one of these? I mumbled, grabbing the paper bag. Yeah, they're for you, he said softly, closing his eyes. I smiled and opened the bag. I took one out and unwrapped the plastic around it. You got these made? I said as I inspected the sandwich. Yeah, he mumbled. I'm going to rest, Deku, just wake me when you want to leave. He tucked his head into his arm. He's on my time, it's so strange. I smiled and took a bite of the sandwich. It was good. I wonder who made it. I don't know many of the servants, maybe Uraraka. That'd be so cool if I was eating her sandwich. She loves cooking. Night fell, stars filled the sky. Kaisen stayed asleep. He hasn't moved in a few hours. He's pretty tired. Within the last few hours I ate 2 sandwiches and the last apple. I left the last 2 alone. I shouldn't eat too much. I looked up at the sky, stars filling my eyes. A view I've missed since before I'd become a servant. My favorite thing to do was star watching. It still is, it's so calming. The sound of critters rustling to their homes, crickets chirping in the silent night as the wind blows through the trees, the leaves brushing against each other. It's all so beautiful. I love outside. But it's getting late and Kaisen will get sick if he sleeps out here any longer. We need to go back inside. I stand and nudge his shoulder. I shake him slightly. Kaisen, I keep at a whisper but loud enough, hoping it'll wake him. Kaisen? I shake him a little more before he picked up his head and looked at me. He yawned and rubbed his temples with his left, then his eyes. Ready? He exhaled slowly, standing. Yeah, did you rest well? I did, thanks. He mumbled and grabbed the paper bag and empty sack with his left. Is there something wrong with your other hand, Kaisen? He glanced at me. Nah. Nothing's wrong. I nodded as we both made our way out of the forest and towards the castle. The walk was silent, the only sound was Mother Nature. It was peaceful. Something I don't think I'd ever fall out of love with. We approached the back door. He opened the door for me as I walked in. I have to put these in the kitchen, Kaisen mumbled, closing the door. I'll go with. He nodded and I followed behind. We entered the kitchen and there was a girl in there. It's so late, why? Your Highness. Kaisen looked at her quickly and exhaled. Why are you still awake? He mumbled, walking over. She took the items from his hand and threw them away. I was hoping you'd find your servant. And you did, I'm so happy for you. Her smile innocent and bright. I watched from the door. He was comfortable with her. A sight to see. All is fine now, Abby. Please go rest for the night. You did well. Thank you. He turned and walked towards me. Yes, Your Highness, thank you. She quickly straightened up the kitchen area as Kaisen and I walked to his room. She's helped me with a few things these last couple days. He spoke quietly as we walked up the stairs. I'm glad you can talk to the other servants, Kaisen. He stopped and looked at me. What's that supposed to mean? I froze. Was that wrong? It was genuine. I didn't mean anything wrong from it. I panicked and shook my head. I just mean that Sorry, no. I know the other servants are scared of me. She was too at first, but then she basically laughed and called me dumb when I asked for help. He sighed and continued to his room. I'm glad not everyone hates me. My expression dropped. A pit in my chest formed. I hate to say it, but a lot of servants hate him. I never thought of it much. I thought it didn't bother him. I thought he didn't care, but he's aware, and he's shown me vulnerability. I wonder how many things actually bother him. He opened his door, and I walked in as he closed it. I froze, then giggled. What? He stared at me. I should be the one doing things for you. I turned and looked at him with a smile. You've opened 2 doors and held the sacks for me. What's with that? I laughed as he ruffled my hair. Hey. Don't focus on it too much. He smirked, then turned away. I hummed. I turned to him, watching as he walked to the bed. He's so strange, no? His bedding's changed. Who changed your bedding? I did. I didn't want you to have to do more work when you got back. I changed them because I got them wet. He mumbled and sat next to his bed. Third person POV. Can you grab me pajamas, Deku? Katsuki glanced at him as Izuku moved quickly and opened his wardrobe, looking through. Katsuki sighed and looked at his shoes. His hands still throbbing. As Izuku was turned away, he did his best to take them off as quick as possible. He didn't expect Izuku to suspect something was wrong so quickly. The only reaction Katsuki can think Izuku would have is fear. And that's not something he wants. After he managed to slip his shoes off, he exhaled heavily and placed them at the end of his bed. He walked to his bedside and grabbed the wrap, putting it in his back pocket. "I'll be right back, Deku," Katsuki mumbled, entering the bathroom and closing the door. "Huh? Okay." Izuku looked at the bathroom door and shrugged as he grabbed something for Katsuki to wear. He placed it upon the bed, then changed into something for himself, laying the cape along the end of the bed. Katsuki sat furthest from the door and took the silk glove off his right hand gently. He bit his lip as he began to slowly unwrap it. As he reached the last layer wrapped around his hand, he felt the fabric stick, glued against the cuts. He exhaled heavily and slowly began to peel it off as it pulled against his tattered hand. He bit his lip harder in an attempt to not make a sound. He exhaled heavily as it came off. He grabbed the wrap from his back pocket, then stared at his hand as it began to bleed again. The dried cuts reopened. "Buck," he whispered and stood walking over to the sink as it dripped off his palm. "Kaken?" Izuku knocked on the door. "You okay?" Katsuki tensed. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm going to shower. Deku, hand me my clothes." He needs time, and if he were to try and get dressed, Izuku would catch on immediately. "Of course." Izuku grabbed the clothes as Katsuki cracked the door open and grabbed them with his left. "You can head to bed." "Thanks," Katsuki mumbled as Izuku nodded. "Okay. Good night then." He smiled and stepped back as Katsuki closed the door. Katsuki huffed and set the clothes to the side, then walked to the shower, turning it on. He walked back over to the sink and turned it on, rinsing his hand. His eyes widened as he doubled over, gripping the edge of the sink with his left. The urge to yell hardly suppressed. He exhaled deeply as he continued to let water run over his hand, hardly moving. After a few seconds, he pulled his hand away and turned the water off. He stood straight and grabbed the wrap, not even bothering to try and dry it. He sat as far away from the door as he could as he stared at his hand, throbbing endlessly. His hesitation to wrap it justified as it continued to bleed. His hand turned black and blue, swollen down to the wrist. He exhaled and began wrapping it tight. He gasped and froze as his arm twitched. He held his breath as he wrapped it tighter with a few layers, making sure no blood would seep through. He exhaled heavily as he finished. He scanned the bathroom, droplets of blood along the floor, the countertop and sink. He sighed and stood slowly, grabbing a rag and dampening it before cleaning up the mess. After he finished, he glanced at his pajamas. Buck, 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 he muttered, hesitating to change. He sighed and slowly and carefully got undressed. It was easier getting undressed with one hand. He grabbed the shirt and put his head through the neck hole and pulled it down over his torso, putting his left through first. He sighed and slowly put his right through, exhaling heavily. Just movement from his arm feels like daggers being plunged into him. His pants were easiest to put on. He turned the shower off and grabbed the wrap, putting it under the sink. He grabbed his silk gloves and put them on carefully. The pain unbearable, but it's worth the hide. The urge to scream boiling in his stomach. He exhaled heavily, allowing all the air to leave his lungs. He calmed as he inhaled and picked up his dirty clothes. He exited the bathroom and looked at Izuku, sound asleep. Wonderful. Katsuki put his clothes in the basket and grabbed his cape, laying it along Izuku. He smiled, staring at the boy's face, slowly leaning down, kissing the boy's cheek. Good night, Izuku. He exhaled and walked around to his side of the bed and laid down. He knew he wasn't getting a good night's rest, but he'd try. Chapter 47, No Choice. Katsuki's POV. I slept terrible. Getting ready this morning was terrible. Using my right hand is terrible. Deku and I are sitting in the dining room waiting for the princess and breakfast. Katsuki, I have something to tell you after breakfast. Please follow me to my office. Izuku can join us. I nodded. "K." I don't really care with what she has to say. I want to take Deku out on an adventure. I hope he enjoys it. The food was brought out except one for the princess. Is she gone? Is she really gone? Where's the princess? I looked at my mom. I have to mask my joy. She left yesterday after dinner. She said that you guys discussed that it wouldn't work out. It's such a bummer. She was perfect. Oh, and she left something for you, Katsuki. It's also in my office. Oh, great, I hate surprises. We ate in pretty much silence, after Deku and I followed my mom to her office. So, Katsuki. My mother turned to me sitting on the surface of her desk. There's one more princess, El Giovanni. However, there's a prince after that, and then one more princess. The Giovanni Kingdom has a daughter with many good qualities. Plus, she's very nice. There's 3 more? I don't want to meet anyone else. I retaliate. I don't care if she's nice or has good qualities. I glance at Deku. He exists. There's no way my mother is dumb enough to not know who he really is. Come on, Katsuki. You have 2. One of them is super sweet too. His name is June Cosmic. The Cosmic Kingdom is full of gentle and kind people. They're located in an area perfect for mining. The metals they can access is so difficult, it would generally help us in the long run of war if you were to try. A prince? I mumbled, furrowing my brows. Alpha princesses are rare, Katsuki. We have to do what we can. Besides, with this, both sides are being aided. I furrowed my brows. Why do I have to marry them? I mean, I know why, but doing a contract would be so much more efficient than marriage. And the last is a princess. I sighed and pinched the bridge of my nose. What kingdom? My mother exhaled and hesitated. I glanced at her, confused. What kingdom? They have a daughter within age. She's not an Omega though, but they're desperate for aid. And their resources could also benefit us. She dodged. What kingdom? The Midoriya Kingdom. I had a feeling. How disgusting. She's a beta? I look at my mom. This princess is useless. She nodded. Why do you take the Midoriyas up on their offer? My mom sighed and looked down. The seeds they can access and grow would be beneficial to us, and our resources would be useful to them. Just sign a contract with the kingdom. Stop trying to get me to marry. I raised my voice, glaring at her. Katsuki, you will not raise your voice at me. I am doing what I can so you can have a future. I stay quiet. I'm boiling. This is awful. You can't be a spoiled brat forever. She snarled at me. I nodded slightly. She'll backhand me if I backtalk. I want you to only sign a contract with the Midoriyas. I don't want to meet their daughter. I have the right to say this. For Dika's sake. We're signing anyways. They're visiting in a few weeks, and that's when you'll meet her. I'm not giving you a choice. There? Deku muttered, glancing up slightly. His stare looked dull. He's petrified. My mother said he can join us for this talk for a reason. This must be it. There? All 3? Mitsuki furrowed her brows. Yes. It needs to be done. I put my foot down and crossed my arms. No. Excuse me, Katsuki? My mother stood and glared at me. I refuse to meet their daughter and the Midoriya family. It doesn't need to be done. I said I wasn't giving a choice, Katsuki. You can't deny. Sure I can. I retaliated. And if you really cared for Izuku as much as you let on, you know inviting that family into our kingdom is a terrible choice. And we won't be around to see it happen. I glared and grabbed Dika's wrist, walking out. He dragged his feet, following behind. He was in shock. She knows. I know she knows. She knows about Dika's situation. She doesn't know the full story, but she's smart enough to have an idea. How could she decide to be so heartless now? How could she even fathom that I'd want to meet the daughter of that miserable family? She's younger than Deku, that's too young. And she's a beta. She might as well have been a servant or maid. They bucked up, getting rid of their rare, male Omega. He's mine now. Chapter 48, Preparation. Katsuki's POV. After the conversation with my mother, she tried to immediately make me meet the next princess, but I had to decline. Not only was I livid, but Deku needed a few days to calm down. He's still been distant, He hasn't been talking much lately, he listens very well and he's been eating well too. He only eats twice a day, but I'm proud of him. I know he struggles. I've been rather anxious to meet the next princess. I don't want to. I don't even want to see them. All of them have been absolutely terrible. Not a single one of them is right for anyone. How could they all be so useless? I wonder if Deku was still a prince, if the Midoriya Kingdom would have had us meet. I wonder if things would click then. I wonder how different he would be. I'm sure it was jarring for Deku to find out he has a sister. If he was exiled from the kingdom when he was 4, they must have started trying as soon as he wasn't in the picture. She'd be 4 to 5 years younger. Deku's about 16, 17 I think. Holy shit, what is my mom thinking? That's a child makes me nauseous. I can't believe the Midoriya Kingdom is fine with it. All they had to agree to was the contract, but meeting their daughter is gross. Kaken. I had been sitting on my bed while Deku mopped the floors. I hummed, glancing at him. Are you hungry? I finished the floors. His voice was quiet, he was being passive. No, why don't you sit and rest for a bit? He nodded and walked around my bed, sitting next to me. I looked back at my book. I don't think I've even been reading. This entire time I've just been in my head staring at it. I exhaled. My hand hasn't stopped throbbing since the accident, I'll call it that for now. Deku hasn't noticed yet, so I've been doing well with hiding it. But I think it's been getting worse. It hasn't improved at all, and if anything it's been hurting more. I also have a progressing headache. Enjoyable. I've been debating on taking Deku on a trip. It's more of an adventure. Well, it will be for him. Not so much me. I can probably postpone the princess things. There's only 2 more, not including the Midoriya hitch. I won't allow her in my room. Or near it. And I won't let them learn that Deku's here. I wonder how they would react. I think most kingdoms and them just assume he's dead. It's logical considering the age he was when he was abandoned. I glance at Deku. But there he is, in full. Alive. I don't know about well he's getting there though. We should tell my mom the full story. What? He tilted his head, looking at me. Your backstory. She might revise having the Midoriyas here. He hesitated and shook his head. She might use it as an opening for me to meet them. Kaken. I'd rather just hide while they visit. No one needs to know the full story. No one needs to know I'm here. He mumbled, fidgeting with his fingers. I nodded and sighed. Should we go on a trip, Deku? We can postpone the princesses. I sat up, setting the book on my bedside. There's only one princess left, Kaken. He mumbled, picking at his cuticles. He completely brushed off my suggestion. But I furrowed my brows, confused. There's 2 left. No, there's 1 princess, Amiel Giovanni, and a prince. I think he was from the Cosmic Kingdom. His name was June. He basically mumbled to himself. A prince? Ah, that's right. The purple-haired guy. I mumbled to myself. Your mother told us a few days ago about it. Why don't we just get them over with? He looked at me. I'm not in the mood for them, Deku. Let's take a break. He nodded. I'll follow you wherever, Kaken. I like that answer. We'll pack some necessities tonight, and we'll leave tomorrow morning. It'll be a long journey. He nodded and lay back in my bed. I looked down and fiddled with my right silk glove gently. The swelling has gotten worse, the bruising hadn't been improving, and the cuts bleed every time I take the wrap off. The throbbing doesn't stop and the pain has been slowly moving up my forearm. I believe I should be worried about it. Rinsing it with water isn't enough. I should go to the recovery headquarters, but I don't want to deal with her useless ass disparage. Does that make me weak? I slowly exhale and sit back against my headboard. June Cosmic. June Cosmic, he's the prince with the interesting colored eyes. They entirely contrast to his hair, which is just a bunch of different purples. How'd his parents manage to make someone like him? I don't remember if he's an Omega or Beta. I believe he's an Omega, yeah. How'd the Cosmic Kingdom manage to pop out a prince like that? I'm pretty sure my mom announced him a specific way when he presented himself here a while ago. Is it because he's a male Omega? Or a prince? Both, maybe. Who does my mother take me for? The Cosmic Kingdom. The kingdom with some of the strongest ores and metals. The one kingdom that could change ours for the better, but spending my entire life with, is it worth the aid? Why can't my mom just make contracts with everyone? We are in good terms with pretty much every kingdom. We cause no hostility or problems, it should be easy. I'll actually have to marry. I hate the idea of that. This is so not exciting. Night fell as Deku and I packed small shoulder bags. They held simple changes of clothes, and I had Abby make a few days' worth of food. I packed some wrap for my hand, and some cloths just in case. I also packed a dagger. I've encountered so many dangers outside the kingdom. It's best to be safe. It'll be a struggle using it with my hand the way it is, but in a life or death situation I don't think it'll matter much. I think Deku will be fine considering the stone around his neck benefits him. We'll wake up early tomorrow, Deku, I mumbled as he lay next to me and closed his eyes. Okay, good night. I watched as he fell asleep. Good night, I exhaled and scanned his sleeping face before I closed my eyes. I'm sure this'll be fun for him. Chapter 49, The Beauty of a Royal. Katsuki's POV. I woke up early and debated whether I should write a letter to my mother about Deku and I leaving. We'd be fine for a few days, maybe even a week or two. But writing is difficult with how my hand is. And since I've woken up it's seemingly feeling worse. I'll rewrap it before I wake Deku up. I got out of bed carefully so Deku wouldn't wake, and I grabbed the wrap from my bag and walked into the bathroom. I closed the door and took off my silk gloves. It doesn't get easier. I slowly unwrap it, again the wrap glued to my cuts. I pull it off. It's bleeding less, but I think the wound is infected. I can't really tell. They aren't healthy scabs. And they look awful. I know it's been a couple days, so it's not going to improve drastically. But I think it's getting worse. This is exciting. I sigh and rinse it under some cold water. I hold it for a couple minutes before letting it air dry. It was still damp when I wrapped it. I wrapped it tight and slipped on my silk gloves again. I exhaled. I need to write my mother a letter. I refused to talk to her in person, including with the bullshit she said the other day. I'll have to write it with my left, but with extra effort I suppose it'll be readable. I left the bathroom and grabbed a piece of paper and a quill that sat by my bookshelves. I kept it short and bleak. Pretty much along the lines of, Deku and I will be gone for a few days, postpone our duties until we return. It's messy but readable. I fold it messily and walk to my mother's office. I lay it on her desk, then make my way back to my room. I need to pack the wrap again. I shouldn't forget that. I sigh, and once I enter I see Deku awake. Sleep well? I close the door looking at him. He smiles and hums, Change your clothes, we'll leave soon after. I walk to the bathroom and grab the wrap. I glance out the door as he makes his way to my wardrobe. I furrow my brows and step out as he grabs something for me to wear and then himself. I didn't even have to ask. I told him to situate himself, and he prioritized me first. He is a servant. I sigh and put the wrap in my bag. Deku placed my clothes on my side of the bed before changing. He picked out clothes that are comfortable, travel ready. I slowly changed. I kept aware of my hand, but I had to force some movement given Deku was there. I'm not so sure he'd be scared of me anymore, but more of sorry, confused, or worried. But I don't want to hear a sorry for my mistake or my actions. And he doesn't need to be worried about me. He needs to focus mostly on himself, and I know he will always put me first. But I think he already does enough now as is. Including if he knows about the injury, I know that he'll just forget about himself and focus on me. I know I can't hide it from him forever, but I'll keep it hidden for as long as I can. Besides, the next few days are entirely about Deku. This should give him a break. I pick up my bag with my left and slump it over my shoulder, and then I grab Deku's and slump it over mine. They're both pretty light. We didn't pack a whole ton. You'll hold the food that Abby made. It's downstairs. He nodded and opened the door for me. I need to put my shoes on. Go get the food, I'll meet you down there. We'll leave through the back. Oh, okay, he smiled and left, closing the door. I dropped the bags and sighed, running my left hand through my hair. Here we go. I muttered and grabbed my shoes. Slipping them on was easy. Fastening them was another story. I struggled, but I did it. I took the silk glove off of my right hand and examined the wrap. Some blood began seeping through. I didn't think I was using it that much. I guess I was wrong. These cuts will never heal if I keep reopening them. It's whatever. I slipped the glove back on and slumped the bags over my shoulder again. I adjust my cape to cover my right arm. I'm like an antagonist with an angsty background story. I hate books like that, they lose anyways. I leave my room and walk down to the kitchen where I find Deku looking through the food items. Is something wrong? I enter as he turns and shakes his head. It's just a lot, he mumbled, closing the basket and picking it up. Well, once we get to our destination you won't have to carry it all the time. And we can always switch, the bags are pretty light. He nodded and we both made our way to the back of the castle, exiting into the garden. I watched as Deku gazed at all the flowers before looking at me. I have no idea where we are going. I grinned. Perfect. Just follow me. I began walking the opposite direction from where the hideout is. It'll be a long journey. We have to go around the town because guards sit at the entrance. They didn't used to, he mumbled. I know. It was enacted a few years ago. I glanced at him, then forward. Why? He looked at me. I shrugged. I don't know. My mother set it up because of him. But he doesn't have to know. I glanced at him as he nodded some. I looked forward as we continued. The town is quite large, so it'll take a while before we reach around the town. About an hour passed before we finally made our way around the town walls. Usually this walk isn't too dangerous, but stay close just in case. I glanced back at Deku, who was a couple feet behind me. I slowed so he could catch up. How long will it take to get there? He huffed, walking alongside me. If we keep a quick pace, maybe tomorrow morning with sleep. If we take our time, maybe 2 days, we'd get there by tomorrow night or the day after that. The quickest I've gotten there was a whole day. He nodded, keeping his eyes forward. After a few minutes we finally approached a dirt path. We couldn't have gotten on it as soon as we got around the town because the stupid guards are always watching now. I've gotten caught once. I'm never allowed to leave without an escort, so sneaking away is always the best decision. If I took an escort with me, I think I'd be putting some in danger. So taking a longer route to avoid them is the better option. We'll follow this path for most of the day, eventually we'll have to depart from it. We'll be safest on this path as well. So when we get off you'll have to stay close. We'll be way outside any kingdom's territory, so it's dangerous. I glance at him as he grips the basket. Is he scared? No need, this journey I'll make sure he's safest. As of right now I feel like a knight escorting a princess. How silly. A few hours passed as the sun dawned on us from the middle of the sky. It was lunch. Are you hungry? I looked at Deku, who appeared tired. Yeah, I am. He nodded and exhaled heavily. Okay, let's take a break, okay? I moved us to the side of the trail where I set the bags down. Come on. I look at Deku, who looks dumbfounded. Let's eat and take a breather. I can tell by the time we're making we'll get there tomorrow around this time. He sighed and nodded, sitting down as I sat next to him. He opened the basket and pulled out a sandwich and handed it to me. I won't eat yet. I nudged it back towards him. You eat it. I'll eat tonight. I usually don't eat when traveling like this. It takes too long. He unwrapped the sandwich and began to eat. I'm actually so grateful he's starting to eat more. He's been taking himself into priority too. But he's been quiet, and hasn't been talking as much. He's so much more silent than he used to be. You haven't spoken much. He looked up at me quickly, then darted his eyes away and shrugged. What a response. What's bothering you? He shrugged again, taking another bite. I furrowed my brows. I'll ask again when he's done eating. I grabbed a large flask of water that was in the basket, and I set it closer to him. Make sure to stay hydrated too. Thank you, Kaken, he mumbled. I nodded and looked at the basket. There's 2 large flasks. This must be heavy for him. After this, you can carry the bags. I'll carry the food basket. I looked at him as he finished his sandwich and drank some water. He then looked at me, wiping his mouth. I just thought I should carry it as far as I could because I didn't want to be annoying. He mumbled slowly, moving his gaze to his fidgeting fingers. It wouldn't be annoying. You don't have to carry it anymore, okay? He nodded and picked up the mess. I sat the bags to the side and opened mine. I took out the dagger which resided in a holster. I stood and turned slightly away from Deku, connecting the holster around my hips. I struggled, but Deku couldn't see, so all is well. When I turned to him, he didn't question it either. After I picked the bags up, Deku stood and I put them over his shoulder like I was carrying them. And hold them from here. I moved his hand to grab the straps. Oh, you're right, they are light. I nodded and reached for the basket with my right before tensing. I almost bucked up. I took a deep breath and fixed my cape, then picked the basket up with my left. Muscle memory is gonna buck me over. We'll still walk the path, Deku. He nodded as he began walking. I followed behind. I brought my right hand up and stared at it. Even with wrap compressing it, you can see the swelling in my wrist. Maybe I should have ruined my left hand. Would it end up worse if I didn't wrap it at all? At least the swelling isn't increasing, though the pain is. It's been moving up my forearm and throbbing. I sighed and hid my hand under my cape. I looked up at Deku, who was minding his own business. The scenery is shit, so there's not much to look around at yet. After a few hours, Deku and I were walking side by side. We'll go until sundown. I glanced at him as he nodded. I figured I should ask again. What's bothering you? You still haven't been talking. He shrugged and gripped the straps of the bags. You can tell me, Deku. Just thinking about what the Queen said a few days ago. I'm just scared I never want to see them again. Thinking about seeing them makes me want to lose my mind. I sighed. I won't have anything to do with your sis. She's not my sister. I don't ever want to consider that I have a sister. They got rid of me and immediately made another one. I don't even think they regretted what they did, and they should. He mumbled, staring at the ground. I won't have anything to do with that, Beta. And when the Midoriyas come, we'll go to our hideout. Or if you like this, we can travel again. I stared at him as his tense shoulders relaxed. He looked at me and smiled. Thanks, Kaken, I appreciate you. I nodded and looked away. My face feels warm. His smile. I made him feel better. It's a good feeling. Kaken, there's grass over there. I look over to see green in the distance. Finally. We're closer. Do you want to travel through the night or sleep? We'll be there before tomorrow morning if we keep walking. If we sleep, we'll get there by lunch tomorrow. I glanced at him, waiting for a response. We can keep walking. I don't mind. I nodded as we continued to move forward. Soon we'll have to move off the path. The scenery after we get out of my kingdom's premises, the green turns to dirt almost immediately. After that, most of this trip, the scenery is just dirt and rocks and pretty much nothing. Dead trees here and there. It's just bleak and boring. And since it's such a huge open area, it's chilly. Even if the sun is out. Not much warmth considering the seasons are changing. But finally, we're starting to near a grassy area. It'll be about 40 minutes more till we approach it, and after a couple more hours of walking we'll reach the forest. In which we'll leave the path. The forest is said to be dangerous. But as many times as I have traveled through it, I've encountered one thing. Just depends on the route you take is what I've learned. Wow, it's so green! Deku smiled as he approached the grass. Another hour of walking and soon it all turns to flowers, and an hour after that, trees. Deku nodded and ran his hand through the thick, long grass. There's so much of it, he muttered, standing straight. Just a few more hours. Another hour passed, the sun was starting to set, we were walking up a pretty steep hill. The walk had been silent until Deku gasped like his life was stolen from him. Wow, they're all so beautiful. I quickly looked up at him. He made it to the top before me. I walked up behind him and looked at the view. The sky and all the flowers, all the colors are so pretty, he shouted with a laugh. He's so passionate. I love Mother Nature, she never ceases to amaze me. He mumbled, he exhaled with a smile, he was in awe. I'm glad he likes this view. I also think it's beautiful. But I've never taken the time to really look at it. My eyes scanned the land and then eventually I locked my eyes along the horizon. I see the trees small and faint. It'll be entirely dark before we make it there. We might have to call it a night soon. I looked at Deku. As he nodded. That's fine, I don't mind. He looked at me then continued to walk. I followed behind as he basically skipped along the trail. It amazes me how the golden beauty of a royal still runs through his veins, loud and clear, even though that's not his life's purpose anymore. I can only imagine what a beauty he would have been if he didn't spend his whole life running from danger. I wonder what sin he committed to allow God to punish him the way he's been punished. What could he have done to deserve this type of life? He deserves the world. Right now he looks free, not a worry in the world as he gets to experience a dream. This is the life he deserves complete freedom, to see all the beauties in the world. For him it is only dream. I want to help him live in a dream. Could I ever make it a reality for him? Is it allowed? I want to. I let the thoughts slip off my mind. I watch as Deku, a few feet ahead of me, leans down looking at the large variety of flowers. He carefully examined and picks an orange tulip. He runs to me holding it in front of him. For you, he smiled with a giggle. I hesitated. I see. I muttered. Thanks. Only my right hand is free. I exhale slightly and grab the flower gently with my right. He gives me a huge smile before turning around continuing the walk. I exhaled heavily and tucked the flower into the fluff of my cape. I extend my fingers out as I felt the fabric of the wrap pull against my scabs. I had been ignoring the throbbing, but movement makes it so much worse. I take a deep breath and look at Deku. He's such a perfect representation for the true beauty of a royal. Such a relaxing sight. It's so natural he deserves for the world to kneel to him. Right now, he's a real human being, more than just a mere maid or servant. The ambered colors of the sunset, along with the miles of flowers that surround him, his graceful movements as he examines all the different colors and kinds of flowers, he takes his time but moves fast as he's a few feet ahead of me. This should be the vision of a true Omega Royal. I want a painting of it in my room. I will have it painted. This image will be locked in my mind for years. Never will I forget it. This is a view and beauty I can get used to seeing often. Something I want to see often. How rare. A feeling that I want to have reside in me. The walk went by quicker than I wanted it to. I wished I could experience that moment forever. We stopped right before the flowers turned to grass and trees. Let's eat and rest. It's getting too dark to continue. Deku nodded and sat down as I sat across from him. He set the bags to the side as I set the basket in front of him. He opened it quickly and grabbed an apple and a flask. You like apples? Yeah, but strawberries or pomegranates are my favorite. I nodded. I guess I have a double surprise for him. Unintentionally, though. After Deku finished his apple, he moved to the right side of me. He leaned against my shoulder and stared up at the stars. There's so many more stars here than at the kingdom. It's amazing. Nothing compares to the views I've seen today, Kaisen. I've seen so many beautiful things. Yeah, me too, I mumbled. Not a lot of people take this path. It's not very known, surprisingly enough. He nodded. Thank you, today was wonderful. He moved and laid his head in my lap. I have to stay awake through the night just in case of danger. But it's nothing new. Deku needs his sleep. After a few more minutes, Deku stared into the sky. I don't even think he noticed I was staring at him. But how could I not? Another thing he's so passionate about. I don't think I've ever enjoyed seeing someone's passion or happiness for things, but seeing Deku gives such an enjoyable warm feeling. I can't get enough. It's like a drug. I hope I get to see more of it tomorrow. Chapter 50, Stay Silent. Katsuki's POV. The night was rough. The temperature dropped, the winds picked up and it began to rain. He didn't wake, but I moved us and our belongings under a tree. I had to wrap my cape around Deku. I didn't want him to be cold or get wet. Given that he stayed asleep, I think it worked. I held him pretty close so he'd stay warm too. The cold made my hand feel numb. I can't tell if it's in pain or not. But I used it to move everything, and it didn't feel like it was throbbing as usual. As the night went on, my headache progressed, and I acquired a fever along with it. Overall, a very enjoyable night. I have to suck it up for Deku. He needs this, he shouldn't worry. As soon as I saw some sort of light from the horizon, I woke Deku up. We have to make good time. He moved leisurely. I allowed him to keep the cape on. It only rained for a couple of hours, and the trees helped keep him dry, plus it's still cold. I helped him put the bags over his shoulder before picking up the basket. You need to stay super close to me. I'm going to take the safest route I know, but precautions are necessary. We both need to stay relaxed and calm while walking through it. Oh, okay, he nodded, moving closer to me. I've only encountered one thing in this forest, so don't be scared. We just need to stay quiet and calm. Deku nodded again. I've probably stressed him out. But it's dire. If he's at discomfort, his pheromones build up. In a sense, creatures in this forest smell fear. And staying quiet is dire because their hearing is extremely advanced. Movement sounds are often overlooked by them because there's so much around, but voices they seek out. I learned the hard way. Deku clung to me like a parasite. We made good pace as we moved quickly through the trees. I should have told Deku we'll be walking like this for the next few hours. It'll be fine. Nearly 2 hours had passed. I paused and stopped moving as Deku bumped into me from behind. He grabbed onto the bottom of my shirt tightly as my eyes scanned the area around us. It's hard to see with all these trees. But I know I heard something close. It didn't sound very big, maybe I'm overreacting. Deku pulled on my shirt as I leaned down to him. There's nothing here, he whispered, barely audible. I heard something, I whispered back. Kaken, there's nothing here I can tell, he whispered again. I furrowed my brows and stood straight, looking around. Am I going crazy? Is it my headache? I'm overthinking it. I brush it off and continue the walk. Another hour passes before Deku stops walking and grips my shirt. I stop and look back at him. I lean down. He covers my mouth quickly. Something's near, how'd I not notice? I look up and around. There's too many trees to actually see anything. I glance at Deku as he points to the left of us. Far, he whispered. I could barely hear him. I leaned down to him and next to his ear. We'll wait till it passes, I whisper, as quiet as possible. He nodded as we waited for quite a while. Eventually, Deku pulled on my shirt and I look at him. He just nods and we continue on our way. Are my senses dulling? How could Deku tell? It was impressive. I couldn't hear a thing. My ears feel stuffy, but it didn't affect me hearing no whispers. I brush it off. I can't dwell on it so much. We're almost there. I pick up the pace. We have about another hour of walking. Deku matches my pace, not letting an inch of space between us. Chapter 51, His Friends. Katsuki's POV. The amount of trees started decreasing as the area began to open up. Eventually, we hit a large open empty plain, surrounded by a circle of trees. This is different from before. Where's the cottage? I furrow my brows and walk a couple feet forward. Kaken. I fell backwards and looked at the space in front of me. A barrier? I mumbled. Deku stepped forwards and put his hands against it. Whoa, he muttered, taking a step back. I stood slowly as the barrier dropped. It revealed a large cottage and... Catch dragon! Deku screamed, backing towards the forest quickly. It's fine, Dek. No, that's huge, oh my. He tripped over himself, falling to his ass. I looked back at him as his breathing became unstable, his pheromones out of control. Buck, I muttered, walking towards him, grabbing his shoulders. It's safe. He's a good dragon. I glanced back as the dragon shifted into a friend of mine. Bakugo. His name was Kirishima. He ran over and looked at Deku, helping him up. Wow, you brought someone, how cool! He's always so loud. My head hurts. I stepped away from Deku as he stared at the shitty hair bastard. Why you're a DR. Half dragon, pretty cool, huh? Deku stayed silent, giving a slight nod. Since all this is new for him, he might be overwhelmed. Let's go. He laughed. Shitty Hair grabbed both our bags and the food basket and turned running inside the cottage. I grabbed Deku's hand gently and pulled him towards the cottage. The barrier went up as soon as we entered the premise. Kaken WH, what is this? I looked at him. My friends. His eyes widened and he relaxed. Then I'm excited to meet the type of people you like. I nodded as we entered the cottage. Bakugo, it's been so long. I call her Raccoon Eyes. But her name is Mina. She ran and hugged me. I let go of Deku's hand and pushed her off. I suppose. Who's this? She smiled, getting in Deku's face. Deku stepped back and gave a nervous smile as he fidgeted with his hands. Izuku, he mumbled, barely audible. Well, it's lovely to meet you. God, can she be any louder? Where's Dun's face? I mumbled, grabbing Deku's arm and pulled him closer to me. He's hunting for this week's rations. He's been gone for a little while. I glanced at Shitty Hair, who answered my question. I put your guys' things in the guest room upstairs. I nodded and glanced at Deku, who appeared amazed at the cottage. It's nice, huh? Shitty Hair approached Deku as he nodded. Yeah, Deku looked at them. How does the barrier work? It's mine. Raccoon Eyes smiled. I come from a witch's bloodline. She looked at me. I finally learned how to do the barrier right, and I can keep it up for as long as I want. Isn't that so cool? I shrugged. It's actually super cool. It's really good defense. It's complete invisible from the outside and it blocks everything on the outside. I glanced at Deku, excitement and comfort beaming in his eyes. I know, and we can see everything from the inside. It's so helpful and hardly takes any of my energy. Raccoon Eyes shouted back. How long did it take to perfect? Deku shook my hand off his arm and stepped towards her. A couple months. Kirishima is so big in his dragon form that he constantly breaks it, but I finally got it to where it's almost invincible, plus it's super easy now. Deku giggled as Kirishima butted in. Almost. I'm sure I can still break I. Mina punches his arm. Don't. Okay. He defensively put up his arms and stepped back, then walked into the kitchen. She giggled and put her hands on her hips. I have to keep a lookout for Kaminari, so you guys just get comfortable. She smiled at us, then walked upstairs. I looked at Deku as he relaxed. I looked down and exhaled, pinching the bridge of my nose. My headache is growing worse. He then looked at me. Kaken? You okay? I nodded. I'm going to sit outside. I mumbled and walked out the front door and sat in the grass. I feel like shit. My head is pounding. My hand and arm are throbbing. The bandages feel damp. And I'm cold. I should eat. I haven't eaten in a while, but thinking of eating makes me nauseous right now. I glance back at the front door as Deku walks out. I brought you some food. He mumbled and set an apple, a sandwich, and a water flask in front of me. Convenient. You didn't have to. I mumbled, picking up the apple. I looked at it before taking a bite. I really don't think I want to eat right now, but I will for Deku. Kaken, are you okay? He whispered, sitting next to me. Why do you keep asking that? I glanced at him, taking another bite. He furrowed his brows. You look pale and flushed, like sick, and I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just worried you just don't look well. I sighed. I feel fine, just tired. I stayed up all night, and this is my first time eating since before yesterday. I mumbled, finishing the apple, then unwrapping the sandwich. Deku nodded and laid back, looking at the sky. He can tell I feel like shit. Do I really look like shit too? Embarrassing, so embarrassing. I stare at the grass below me, eating the sandwich. It's kind of not that good, but I haven't eaten in a while, so might as well get something in my system. I finished the sandwich and lay back, closing my eyes. I might sleep. I want to tell you that you'll be really safe in this area. Everyone here is sup. Bakugo. I look up at a yellow-haired dunce face. Holy shit, he's so loud. What? We have to go hunting together with Kirishima too. It's been way too long. I stared at him. He was carrying a large woven sack, Looks like with dead animals inside. That looks like a lot more than weekly rations. I mumbled, closing my eyes. He kicked my foot. Not my fault, Kirishima is a fat ass. Hey, I can't help it. Shitty hair screamed from inside the house. You could hear me? Kaminari quickly walked inside, bickering with Kirishima. God, they're as annoying as always. They're funny. Deku giggled, covering his smile with his hand. They're all so lively. I would have never expected this as your crowd of people. I glanced over at him. He had been staring at the sky. They know you're a royal too? He asked, glancing at me then back at the sky. Yeah, they don't think anything of it. It's nice. I usually come stay with them when I need a break, or when my mother is being too overwhelming with my duties. But you haven't come here in a while. I glanced at him, then looked at the sky. Yeah, because of you. It's nothing bad, just last time I came here you almost starved yourself to death, so I thought I'd bring you with me when you were healthy enough. I'm sorry, Kaken, I didn't mean to burden you. I shrugged. Don't apologize. I closed my eyes. All of a sudden there was nothing but a quiet ring in my ear. Nothing but white noise behind it. The ringing got louder. I glanced as Deku, who looked at me. Sound was muffled. It was like I was underwater. Is it because I'm tired? Maybe I should sleep. Before I closed my eyes, Deku sat up quickly and grabbed a hold of my shoulders, shaking me slightly, aggravating my headache. Maybe I should say something. I'm fine, let me rest. I guess that's all I can muster up. I don't want him to worry. I kept my eyes closed. My body felt heavier than a boulder. My head was pounding, my body felt cold, except my hand. My right hand I know is hot to the touch, it's throbbing consistently, all the way to the middle of my forearm. I can hardly even move it, there's a slight tingle, the blood circulation probably being cut off from the bandages and swelling. I haven't changed the bandages recently. Would that cause a problem? My body feels like it's paralyzed. I can't even open my eyes. A short rest will do me some good. Just a short one. Everything went silent. My consciousness slipped. Chapter 52, Help. Izuku's POV. I stayed close behind Kaken. The trees started thinning as I glanced past him. There was a large empty area. Only grass was surrounded by a circle of trees. The grass is so green and beautiful. Is this really what he wanted to show me? Maybe it's a little further out. My hand was pulled from the bottom of Kaken's shirt as he started walking forward. All of a sudden he fell backwards. Kaken? Did something push him? No, it looked like he ran into something. A barrier? Kaken muttered. I stepped forward and placed my hands on it. It feels so weird, woo. It makes me palms tingle, and it's smooth. Is this magic? I glanced at Kaken as he stood, then looked forward as the barrier slowly dropped, revealing. There's a giant dragon? I quickly look at Kaken, then back at the huge red creature in front of us. I began backing up, my heart racing. This thing could kill us. Catch dragon. It's fine, Deck. No, that's huge, oh my. I tripped and fell backwards. Kaken brought me to our death, I can hardly breathe. Is this really happening? Oh my god, we're going to die. Kaken knelt down to me and grabbed my shoulders. He released a calming pheromone. I stared at him with wide eyes. It's safe. It's a good dragon. Is he crazy? Kaken looked back at the dragon as it shifted into a human. Bakugo. A good dragon? He ran over and helped me up. I stared at him. He was kind of tall, red spiky hair. A scar over one of his eyes. His teeth sharp. Wow, you brought someone, how cool! Kaken stepped away from me. All I could do was stare at this being in front of me. Why you're a DR. Half dragon, pretty cool, huh? I tensed and gave a small nod. He's scary, friendly, but scary. Let's go. He yelled, grabbing our things, and then ran inside. Kaken grabbed my hand with his left hand and pulled me into the barrier as it closed behind us. Kaken what is this? He looked at me and smiled a bit. My friends. My eyes widened. His friends? Kaken took me to see his friends? Everything in me relaxed. I want to know the type of people Kaken likes being around. Then I'm excited to meet the type of people you like. He nodded as we both entered the cottage. Bakugo, it's been so long. This girl was loud. She ran at Kaken and hugged him. He let go of my hand and pushed her off. I suppose, he mumbled. This girl's eyes were black, her iris yellow. Interesting, her skin was a bright pink too. She looked pretty though. Who's this? She leaned to me, getting close to my face. I stepped back slightly and smiled, trying to seem friendly. Izuku, I mumbled. Will, it's lovely to meet you. I nodded a bit and glanced at Kaken. Where's Dun's face? There's another? Kaken grabbed my arm and pulled me closer to him. He's hunting for this week's rations. He's been gone for a little while. The dragon answered his questions. No one has really told me their names. I put your things in the guest room upstairs. I wonder how long we'll be here, for I look around the cottage. It's so beautiful. It's super clean too and smells fresh. It's nice, huh? I glance over at the red-haired guy as he got in my face. No one has personal boundaries. Kaken really likes hanging with these guys. I never would have guessed. Yeah, I looked at them. How does the barrier work? It's mine, the pink girl shouted as she smiled. I come from a witch's bloodline. She paused, then looked at Kaken. I finally learned how to do the barrier right, and I can keep it up for as long as I want. Isn't that so cool? She was so excited. Kaken shrugged. I think it's cool though. It's actually super cool. It's really good at defense. It's completely invisible from the outside and blocks everything on the outside. It'd be such a helpful thing in a kingdom. I wonder how big she can make it. How much energy does it usually take from her? Does she have to verbally cast it for it to work? Does she have to use an enchanted item? Or just her own brain power? So many questions. I know, and we can see everything from the inside. It's so helpful and hardly takes any of my energy. It sounds really powerful. No energy. I wonder how big it can go before it starts draining her. She said it can stay up for as long as she wants. Does it ever tire her out? How long did it take to perfect? A couple months. Kirishima is so big in his dragon form that he constantly breaks it, but I finally got it to where it's almost invincible, plus it's super easy now. I laughed. The redhead's name is Kirishima. Almost. I'm sure I can still break I. The pink girl punched him in the arm. Don't. I guess he's broken it a lot. Okay. He defensively put his hands up and walked into a room in the back. She laughed and put her hands on her hips. I have to keep an eye out for Kaminari, so you guys get comfortable. She gave a slight nod and left up the stairs. I glanced at Kaken. He didn't eat much yesterday and he didn't sleep. He's looking pale and exhausted. Kaken, you okay? He nodded and let go of me. I'm going to go sit outside. He walked out the front door and closed it. I figured he should eat. I looked around the cottage, then went upstairs where the Kirishima said our room would be. There was 4 doors. I checked the first on to the right, and lucky enough that's where our stuff was. I entered and looked around. It's so nice. I looked at the food basket and opened it. I grabbed a sandwich, an apple, and one of the water flasks. After I walked out and downstairs out the front door, Kaken didn't go very far. He was right next to the door, staring at the grass below him. He looked at me as I sat next to him. I brought you some food. I set down the items in front of him. You didn't have to. He mumbled as he began eating slowly. Kaken, you okay? I whispered. He really doesn't look well, but I don't want to be rude. Why do you keep asking that? He side-eyed me, taking another bite of the apple. I furrowed my brows. I'm worried. You look pale and flushed, like sick, and I'm not trying to insult you. I'm just worried you just don't look well. He sighed and shrugged it off. I feel fine, just tired. I stayed up all night, and this is my first time eating since before yesterday. He finished the apple, then opened the sandwich. Is it really just that? There has to be more. I should believe him. I exhaled and nodded, laying back looking at the sky. Kaken laid back after finishing his sandwich. I might sleep. I want to tell you that you'll be really safe in this area. Everyone here is Sue. I looked at the yellow hair boy that interrupted Kaken. Bakugo. He was really loud. He was tall, bright yellow hair with a black streak. What? Kaken was interrupted again. We have to go hunting together with Kirishima too, it's been way too long. He approached Kaken. He had a large bag on his back. I wonder what's inside, it's really full. That looks like a lot for weekly rations. That's dead food? That's a lot of food. I guess this guy is Kaminari, judging by what the pink girl said. He kicked Kaken's foot. Not my fault, Kirishima is a fat ass. Hey, I can't help it. Kirishima yelled from inside. He has good ears, but I guess they're all pretty loud. You could hear me? He walked inside as the bickering became muffled. Such a lively bunch. It's really crazy that these are the people Kaken feels most comfortable around. They're funny. I began to laugh. I covered my mouth thinking about how loud and ridiculous they are. They're all so lively. I would have never expected that this is your crowd of people. I saw that he looked at me in my peripheral. They know you're a royal too? Yeah, they don't think anything of it. It's nice. I usually come stay with them when I need a break, or when my mother is being too overwhelming about my duties. I furrowed my brows, staring at the sky. But you haven't come here in a while? Yeah, because of you. What? Me? My fault? Really? It's nothing bad. Last time I came here you almost starved yourself to death, so I thought I'd bring you with me when you were healthy enough. It is bad, that's so embarrassing. I'm sorry, Kaken, I didn't mean to burden you. He brushed it off and shrugged. Don't apologize. Why? I looked at him as he closed his eyes. He was looking so pale, his dark circles looked pretty bad too, his cheeks were flushed, and he was shivering. I stared at him for a few minutes. Is he asleep? He looks so uncomfortable. Is he really asleep? He barely opened his eyes, glancing at me. He's not asleep. You okay? I furrowed my brows. His eyes look so dull, something's not right, something's very wrong. Kaken? I slightly picked up my head. He kept silent, no answer, he just stared blankly. I felt my heart begin to race. I panicked and sat up quickly, grabbing his shoulders. Kaken? He closed his eyes, taking a weak, deep breath. He exhaled shakily and muttered. I'm fine, let me rest. Something's wrong. Something is very, very wrong. Kaken? Wake up. I shook him slightly as his head lolled to the side. I put my finger under his nose. He's breathing. Is he really this tired? This is more than just being tired. Am I overthinking? I placed my hand on his forehead. He was burning up. He's sick. How long has he been sick for? He's not fine at all. Why did we come on this trip if he's unwell? I stood and ran inside. His fever is way too high to be normal. He feels like he's boiling. Help, Kaken needs help. Chapter 53, Mild Cold? Third person POV. Calm down, what happened? Kirishima approached Izuku. Kaken H, he's sick, something's wrong. Izuku panicked as Kirishima brushed him off. Bakugo always naps after he travels here. I'm sure he's fine. Let him rest. Kirishima placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder to reassure him. But Izuku ignored as his eyes began to tear up. No, I know something is wrong. Izuku shouted as Mina came from upstairs and Denki came from the kitchen. They all stared at him. What happened? Mina spoke up. Tears began to fill his eyes. He thinks there's something wrong with Bakugo, but he always naps after he comes here. Kirishima mumbled, glancing at Mina, who was behind him to the right. Yes, sounds about right. Denki shrugged, who was behind on the left of Kirishima. Izuku furrowed his brows. But he has a fever, please. Mina approached Izuku and sighed pitifully. It was a long journey and he's in the sun, just let him be, it'll be okay. How about we keep you occupied until he wakes up, okay? Izuku furrowed his brows and took a step back. No, he shouted. He's not well right now, he needs help. Come on, we told you. Kirishima was interrupted by Denki. Maybe we should check on him. He rubbed the back of his neck and walked towards Izuku. You guys can stay inside if you don't care, Denki mumbled as he walked towards the front door as Izuku quickly followed. They walked out and Izuku quickly made his way to Katsuki's side. He had been sweating bullets, his skin pale, but his cheeks flushed, his breaths were heavy and labored. Buck, Denki mumbled kneeling next to Katsuki. I don't know how to help him. Izuku sniffled. He must have been sick when we came here. I didn't know. I couldn't tell B, but something's wrong. Izuku exhaled shakily, putting his hand on Katsuki's forehead. Katsuki shifted and hummed, leaning into Izuku's hand. He's burning up. Let me get Mina, I'll be right back. Promise, Denki said, standing. He then walked inside. Min. Nothing was wrong, right? See, we told you, and the boy, he was going to be Finn. No, get your asses outside, Denki shouted. He felt bad because it was unlike him to yell, but his housemates were being ignorant. Mina and Kirishima quickly got silent and walked outside as Denki followed behind. Izuku was wiping the sweat off Katsuki's face, tears streaming down his face. Let's move him to a bed for now, Mina mumbled as Kirishima quickly picked him up, and the three of them went inside, leaving Izuku outside alone. He sat there dumbfounded, not too sure what to do with himself. He stood leisurely and wrapped the cape around himself tight. The orange tulip that had been tucked into the fur of the cape fell and hit the floor. Izuku looked at it and picked it up. It was beginning to wilt. He tucked it back into the fur and quickly went inside up to their guest room where the other three had been situated. Mina was sat next to him while she casted a cooling spell to relax his fever. Kirishima had been sat on the other side of the bed looking at Katsuki. Is there anything you guys can do? Mina glanced at Izuku and sighed. No, we don't have a ton of resources here. We'll do what we can, but for now rest is going to be vital for him. If it's get worse, we'll have to take him back to the Bakugo Kingdom, Kirishima mumbled. We'd be putting ourselves in danger if we did that, Mina mumbled. We won't have much of a choice, he whispered, glancing at her. We shouldn't risk it, Kirishima, it's too dangerous. Kirishima furrowed his brows and stood. Mina. Don't start. We are not talking about this right now. Mina glared at him, then away, looking at Katsuki. Izuku furrowed his brows, confused, but brushed it off and waited by the door, waiting for them to finish up. They cooled him down, and after a few they put a damp rag along his forehead. We'll come check on him later. It's probably just a mild cold. It rained last night, so he probably got sick then. Denki patted Izuku's shoulder as the other two left. Thank you for believing me. Izuku glanced at him with a small smile. Of course. Who are you to Bakugo? Denki asked. Oh, I'm just his servant. Izuku shrugged a bit and looked down, fiddling with his hands. I don't know about that. He brought you here and you're wearing his cape. One time, Kirishima took it from him as a joke and Bakugo flipped his shit. Kirishima couldn't shift to his dragon form for 2 whole weeks. Izuku stared. Really? I see then. Izuku was reminded of the time Katsuki almost killed him because he touched it. But he shrugged the thought off. Well, thank you, Izuku mumbled as Denki nodded and left. Izuku quickly made his way to Katsuki's side. He sat next to the paler boy and watched him. Izuku waited for him to wake up. Chapter 54. Nice to meet you too. Izuku's POV. It had been a few hours since they moved Kaken into the guest room. I've changed the rag out every hour. His fever isn't really going down. Mina's come in once more to cool him off, and Kaminari comes in every 30 minutes to check on us. I think it has been about an hour since he's last come in. It's probably because not much is changing. He looks like he's overheating. I furrowed my brows and rolled up his sleeves and unbuttoned the top of his shirt. I grabbed a dry rag from the bedside table and patted his face and chest down. His fever is too, it's so bad he's burning up. Nothing is really helping. I glanced at his gloves and took the left one off, then the right. His hand? His hand, what? It's bleeding? Was? I grabbed it, looking at his swollen wrist. It was red, it was hot. I slowly unwrapped the tainted wrap. His fistets, the scabs are discolored. When did he do this? How? Why? Why did he hide it? It's so swollen it's infected. Anything new, Izuku? Kaminari rushed over looking at Kaken's hand. I glanced at him. I didn't know. I don't know how when. I'm sorry, I should have known. Okay. Calm down, it's fine, I think we're going to have to take. No, Mina yelled standing by the door. We can't go, I'm not going. We're not going. I glanced at her as she had her brows furrowed. We have to, we don't have a choice. Kaminari argued. I don't understand what's so scary. Why? I mumbled, glancing at Mina. It's dangerous, I mean it, we can't. Mina yelled, glaring at us. She's masking fear, I can just feel it. Fine, stay here. By yourself? I'm getting Kirishima. Kaminari stood walking past her, bumping into her shoulder roughly. She glared at him as he walked away, then looked at me. She sighed and walked forward. Why? Why is it dangerous? She scrunched her nose, then shook her head. Doesn't matter, she mumbled. But I exhaled and looked at Kaken. She won't tell me. I stared at Kaken's hand, examining it. He must have had it before we left. I asked him about it, didn't I? Why did he lie? Is this because of me too? Kaminari ran into the room, picking up Kaken. Let's go. He looked at me with urgency. I stood quickly and glanced at Mina. You coming or not? Kaminari said, beginning towards the door. And I can't, I won't. She yelled, looking at the ground. Fine, then stay. Kaminari sneered, quickly running down the hallway and out the front door. I followed behind as Kirishima was in his large dragon form. Get on. Kirishima's voice was low and sounded like a growl. Third-person POV. They mounted Kirishima as his wings extended, the barrier dropped, and he flapped them once as the trees shook and rustled and leaves flew about. Izuku looked around and gripped a spike on Kirishima's back. Is this safe? Izuku muttered. It's fun, but not under these circumstances. Denki mumbled, holding Katsuki tight. Kirishima jumped slightly and flapped his wings, and they began lifting into the air and eventually taking off towards the kingdom. Why is Mina scared? Izuku asked hesitantly. We all are, but this is serious. When we were younger, Bakugo brought us back to his kingdom, but we were exiled. Because of our heritage, Kaminari mumbled. The queen really did that? Izuku glanced at him as he shook his head. No, we never got to meet her, the guards did. They have so much power, believe it or not. They put us in the dungeon, and Bakugo snuck us out, but we were left there to die, and the guards gave all of us a near-death beating. We were just kids, He paused and sighed. We didn't know any better, none of us did. Izuku felt a pang in his chest. He knew exactly what he meant, he experienced it too. A terrifying experience no one should have to go through, especially not a child. He furrowed his brows and glanced at the landscape below. Kaminari gripped Katsuki close, he sighed and closed his eyes, tilting his head down. Izuku nodded slightly. That's truly terrible. We're just hoping it doesn't happen again. Izuku furrowed his brows. He assumed the reason for staying away was bad, but now he was aware it was a lot worse than he thought. Izuku glanced up slightly, seeing the kingdom in the distance. The medic headquarters is closest to the garden, so land a bit ways from there. Don't destroy the flowers, please. He muttered the last sentence. Kaminari laughed. I think the flowers are the least of our problems, but okay. Izuku blushed, embarrassed. After some time, they began to approach the kingdom. As they got closer, they hear sirens and horns going off. They know we're here. Kirishima growled. Behind the garden, Izuku yelled as Kirishima quickly lowered them to the ground behind the garden. They quickly got off as they landed, and Kirishima shifted. Izuku ran towards the doors past the gardeners as the other two followed with Katsuki in hand. The gardeners watched in confusion and shock. Izuku ran inside and towards medical headquarters. Ms. Chio MS. What is it? No. She turned towards the door and saw the four of them. There's sirens going off. Wah, oh dear. She moved quickly and hustled them to lay Katsuki on a cot. Explanation? She demanded, removing his shirt, checking his temperature, examining his body before she comes across his hand. Oh, she hiccuped, looking at it. He was hurt before we left his hand. I don't know how it happened. I asked him about it, but he wouldn't tell me. He didn't even tell me it was hurt. Izuku rambled quickly as Chio looked at him and sighed. I have work to do. Izuku, go get the queen. You two aren't supposed to be here. Lay low in here for a while. She exhaled, getting cold rags and medications. Kaminari and Kirishima sat on a cot across the room and watched her as Izuku quickly left. He moved quickly to Queen Mitsuki's office. He knocked and opened the door. He glanced inside to see Queen Mitsuki standing at her window to the left behind her desk, her hands against the windowsill, her shoulders tense. Yes? She sighed and glanced back. Oh, Izuku. Her demeanor changed instantly as she turned around and walked towards him. She quickly ushered him inside and closed the door. My son is just something, isn't he? She laughed stressfully. Leaves a letter on my desk that he's going to the countryside with his friends. He's so selfish. She exhaled a stressed laugh. Your Highness, he. Please, Izuku, just Mitsuki. I've told you this, hun. What are you guys doing back? It's early, no? You know Izuku, he never tells me anything, but I always know. Why is he so? My Katsuki is. Why does he take after me? She walked back over to her window with a sigh. Queen Mitsuki. She sighed. Yes, Izuku? Kaken is hurt. The sirens. They're loud, aren't they? She sighed. He'll be fine. Katsuki always pulls through. She mumbled. Excuse me, can I? Yes, explain, Izuku. She turned to him with a smile. He told you he was visiting friends? She laughed and shook her head. Katsuki tells me nothing, Izuku. Like I said. I just know. And he took you along this time. Was it fun? Izuku shook his head. It was Kaken. He hurt himself before the trip and didn't take care of it. He hid it, and now he's not doing well. The wound eye is bad. Queen Mitsuki, Ms. Chio asked me to get you. Buck, she muttered. She stood straight and straightened her attire out. You know why the sirens are going off, right, Izuku? She started toward the door past Izuku. Yes, ma'am. Follow and tell me. Guard haven't given any word yet. She muttered as Izuku followed behind her towards the medical headquarters. Izuku, tell quickly. She stated sternly, walking quickly. Katsuki has a dragon. Our friend he flew us here because Kaken was in bad shape. They just saw his friend and the sirens started going off. Mitsuki nodded. Thank you, Izuku. Then there is nothing to worry about. She glanced at him slightly. Izuku silently nodded. She sighed, entering the room. Katsuki, she walked over quickly, looking at him. Her son drenched in cold sweat, brows furrowed, face flushed and labored breathing. Mitsuki glanced at his hand and scrunched her nose. You big dummy. Chio, when will he learn to control his anger? She muttered, disgusted. Chio shrugged, changing the rag. He reminds me of you when you were younger, Mitsuki. I was never this spontaneous, stubborn. Chio laughed and shook her head. His condition is weak. I've cleaned his wound, drained the infection. It doesn't look like anything is broken, just displaced and swollen. The infection gave him his fever. As of right now, I'm having it relax in a cold, damp towel. After, I'll let it soak in alcohol. I'll check the infection again, see if I can drain anything after the swelling is down. Soak it again and wrap it up after it dries. After, I have some powdered cinchona bark that'll help his fever go down. He's strong. He'll be okay. Chio concluded. Izuku exhaled and sat by the door, wrapping Katsuki's cape around him tight. He glanced to look at the flower that no longer sat in the fluff. Izuku assumed it flew away on the ride to the kingdom. He tilted his head down while bringing his knees to his chest. It was only a flower, it never actually mattered. Mitsuki nodded, looking at her son. She sighed and shrugged it off. He's my son. He's strong. She smiled and turned towards Kaminari and Kirishima. You must be Katsuki's friends he always goes to see. She approached them confidently as they quickly bowed their heads. Yes, your highness, sorry for the abrupt intrusion. Mitsuki lifted their heads. A friend of my son's is a friend of mine. I can tell you guys are good influences. I'm glad he had you guys. I'm sorry about the kingdom's dragon protocols. I'll let them know you guys are welcome whenever, okay? She shook their hands gently. Your names? I'm Denki Kaminari, And this is Eijiro Kurishima. Denki smiled some. He felt welcomed. He wished Mina was there to experience Mitsuki's kindness. So you must be the dragon. Mitsuki smiled, looking at Kurishima. How can you tell? I have an eye for things. If I can't notice things by glance or have some common sense, what queen would I be? She smiled. All right, everyone. I have some things to attend to. Chio, keep me updated. Izuku, you're allowed to visit me whenever. And it was nice to meet you too. She concluded and left. Kaminari's mouth dropped. Bakugo's the queen is awesome, he whispered, exasperated. Chio laughed and continued to attend to Katsuki. Ms. Chio, when do you think Kaken will be awake? Izuku muttered. I'm not sure Izuku could be today, tomorrow, days from now, just be patient. She nodded softly with a sigh. Chapter 55, You Never Woke Up. Third POV. Izuku's patient demeanor began to dwindle as the sun set for the 6th time since they arrived at the kingdom. An unnerving sensation settling in his chest. Perennially sitting on a stool by Katsuki's bedside. Kurishima and Denki had left the kingdom after the first sunrise. As welcomed as they felt, they knew where they belong. They know Katsuki will visit again someday. Although welcomed, the invariable conception of where they don't belong obscured their acceptance. For Izuku, time became immeasurable, although seeing improvement within the blonde's condition, his optimism for his awake diminished. As the hours passed, Izuku surveilled Katsuki's condition. The fever no longer present, his derelict hand no longer swollenly tainted. An uneasy, serene scene of the usual stubborn, hot-headed boy that laid stationary in front of Izuku. Chio reminding Izuku day by day that Katsuki's recovery has been quick, and all the boy needs is rest. But Izuku's overwrought mentality clouded Chio's assurance, completely inconsolable. The everlasting belief that Katsuki's condition is purely his fault. Day by day Izuku feeling more suffocated than the last. Minute by minute the silence growing louder. The first 2 days passed expeditiously. His worry meager, his optimism high. His patience immutable. The 3rd day Katsuki's condition improved an ample amount. Due to this, Katsuki was moved to his bedroom as he didn't need to be monitored constantly. As the 4th day came around, the silence accrued. The transient sound of Chio's shuffling around the room longed for. The only time the silence ceased was when Chio did her evening checkup on Katsuki, which also became an evening checkup on Izuku, as she would bring Izuku food and a form of nutrients for the comatose prince. After the 4th day passed, it was apparent Izuku was refusing sleep. The gut-wrenching feeling of missing something important if he did. Eventually the 6th day came around, still no signs of waking up, the silence deafening. Evening came around as Chio came in to do her daily checkup along with a meal in hand. When looking upon the frail servant, she sighed pitifully. You're too dependent. Get some sleep. She exhaled, walking over, setting the food by Izuku. The plate of food from the evening before scarcely touched. Izuku remained silent, his eyes half-lidded as he stared at the ground. Chio shook her head in disapproval as she carried on and did her checkup on Katsuki. Everything looking normal, nothing wrong except some scars and bruising along his fists and knuckles. He'll wake up soon, Izuku. Eat and get some sleep. Chio looked at him, grabbing the old plate of food. Izuku shrugged sluggishly, his thoughts so loud, yet his mind blank. A feeling of excruciating emptiness. Chio shook her head and left, disregarding the desolate, arid boy. Izuku's fatigue overwhelming. The willpower to stay awake diminishing. Slowly nodding off, his weary body slowly leaning forward towards the bed. His upper half resting against the side of the bed next to Katsuki. The comfort inconceivable, his tired eyes falling victim to his exhaust. The silence consuming him, as his body drifted into a peaceful sleep. Izuku's POV. I jolted awake to the sound of water running. I sat up quick, seeing his bed unoccupied. Days and days of waiting, how could I have fallen asleep? Kakens. I quickly got up, as black dots clouded my vision. My body still feeling tired and weak. But who cares? Kaken's awake. I turned towards his bathroom door as it opened. Faint steam residing in the bathroom behind him. Kaken, dressed as he usually is, except when did he take his cape off of me? I was sitting on it. Was I so how could have I not woken up from him removing it? What you just gonna stare? He grumbled. His voice, I missed the low gravely tone of his voice. And no you're just I stuttered. I'm so surprised I don't even know what to say. He's awake and I have no idea what to say. What do I do? Spit it out. He sighed, walking past me to his bookshelf. Why you're awake? I mumbled. Of course I am. He glanced at me and rolled his eyes. Waking up is a normal daily occurrence. He scoffed sarcastically as he grabbed a book and walked towards his bed. Does Queen Mitsuki or Chio know? I asked, sitting back on the stool by his bed. Why would I have to tell them if I'm awake, Deku? You sound ridiculous. He sneered, sitting in his bed opening the book. What? You've been cacking, are you okay? I mumbled, watching him. No different than I am every day. He sighed, starting to get annoyed. I don't know what to say. Why is he acting this way? He's been unconscious for almost a week. Why is he being so nonchalant about it? I don't get it. How's your hand? Does it hurt? Or is it sore? I mumbled, beginning to fidget with my hands. He glanced at me and furrowed his brows. What are you talking about? My hands are completely fine. He grumbled and put his book to the side and stood up. You've been inside too damn long. You're going brain dead. I can't have a delusional servant. He mumbled, walking over to me. Stand? What? I mumbled, looking up at him. Stand up. He raised his voice, slightly growling. I stood quickly, the black dots returning but quickly dissipating away. Let's get you outside. He sighed, looking down at me. Follow. He mumbled and turned around, walking to his bedroom door. I stood there dumbfounded. Why is this so casual? I don't understand anything. I'm so confused. He opened the door before looking at me. Come on. Ladies first. He mumbled, holding the door open. Kaken, can you? I walked towards him, looking up at him. Can we talk about what happened? I mumbled, hoping for an answer. He rose an eyebrow. I don't know what you're talking about, Deku. He shook his head, quickly ushering me out of his room. Out the back door, let's go. He quickly led me down the stairs and to the back doors of the kingdom that led to the garden. Kaken, please. I stopped walking, looking at him. He rolled his eyes and grabbed my wrist tight, but I felt no pain. Let's go. He shouted, pulling me out the door and past the garden. My eyes briefly scanned the flower-filled area, but they're dying. Kaken, I pulled against his grip. Why are they dying? What happened? I stared at him with wide, worried eyes. My favorite place dying. Why? It's always taken care of. What's happening to it? It's only been a week. He yanked my wrist, fighting my resistance as he pulled me towards the forest. He stayed silent, his cape blowing backwards from the wind we walked against. Why is he so silent? Kaken? I waited for an answer as his grip got tighter. But still no pain. As much as I tried to resist against his grip, there was no avail as he dragged me towards the forest. Kaken? I shouted. Still only silence. The only sound was the brisk wind pushing against our bodies. The sound of grass and leaves rustling and the sound of his cape beating against the wind. Please, I pulled against his grip again as he stopped moving. Standing completely still. Not a sound from him. His cape still thrashing about, his hair unconfined against the wind. Staring at his broad shoulders, not an inch of movement from him. A moment of silence before a low, graveled voice came from him. Obey. He stated sternly as all control in my body dispersed. My mind bustling, but my body unresponsive. Unable to utter another word as an awkward heat began to overtake my body. Follow. He ordered as my body moved on its own. No longer able to resist or speak for myself. My body mindlessly followed behind him as we began to approach the forest. This forest has always felt special to me, a sacred place Kaken introduced me to. It's It's decaying. The leaves of the trees easily becoming unhinged from the branches. The leaves wilted, drained of color. The overwhelming magical radiation of the forest depleting. What happened? It used to be so beautiful. Kaisen proceeded into the lifeless forest as he walked towards the spot he loved to hang at. The vines fallen and crippled. The leaves fallen and brown. The trees charred and the grass yellowing. I just want to talk, let me ask questions. What happened? Where is the magic that made this place beautiful? I don't understand. Why is everything dying? Sit. My body quickly sat itself in the stale dying grass. Isn't it beautiful? Kaisen mumbled, looking around before sitting by me. Speak. I can talk. Catcha. Quiet. My body shut down once again, the awkward heat becoming overwhelming. Kaisen looked at me and stared blankly with his brows furrowed. Nod, he demanded as my head moved itself. This is the fresh air you needed. Right. He tilted his head down as this sentence became another order, and my head again moved itself. Release, he stated sternly before looking away. The overwhelming tensity and heat leaving my body quickly as my heart began to race. Kaisen, I quickly stood and yelled, looking at him. Lower your voice. Who do you think you're talking to? He mumbled, keeping his gaze elsewhere. What is wrong with you? I furrowed my brows as my breathing became haggard. My heartbeat increasing, the sound of it beating out of my ears, the sound of my heart, and the unkindly ravishing wind fighting for the dominance of sound. You're sick, Deku, you need to sit down. Kaisen mumbled, glancing at me then away. No, I'm not. Kaisen, can you just, what is going on? Everything is dead and you're acting like nothing's happened. I yelled as my heartbeat won against the wind, my hearing beginning to go numb. But nothing has happened, Deku. Yes, everything has changed, everything is falling apart, why don't you care? I shouted as tears began to spill down my cheeks. Nothing has changed, Deku. What? What? I've waited day and night for you to wake up, and finally, after excruciatingly draining myself, you're awake, and you act as if as any other day. It's been a week, Kaisen, will you just be normal? I shouted before falling onto my knees. I watched as Kaisen remained disconnected from the situation. Izuku. I never woke up. He glanced at me. What? I tensed as the wind got stronger and everything around me began to crumble, the ground shaking violently as the trees around began to topple over, the ground underneath me cracking. I spastically looked around, then back at Kaisen, who was no longer there. Not a single sign that he was ever there to begin with. Kaisen? I panicked as the ground split beneath me, falling into a bottomless void. I sat up quickly with panicked breathing, my eyes locking onto Kaisen, who had no signs of movement. I glanced at the window as it was still nightfall. Zero sign of the sun. I took a deep breath and exhaled, looking at Kaisen again. You never woke up, I muttered, furrowing my brows before looking at the floor as tears fell. Chapter 56, Familiarities. I sat up quickly with panicked breathing, my eyes locking onto Kaisen, who had no signs of movement. I glanced at the window as it was still nightfall. Zero sign of the sun. I took a deep breath and exhaled, looking at Kaisen again. You never woke up, I muttered, furrowing my brows before looking at the floor as tears fell. Izuku POV. I gave up waiting for him. I continued to my chores. It was still dark, but I had felt like I stared at the floor for hours. I felt like that dream was a sign. So I spent the following day cleaning. I organized his clothes, swept and mopped the floors, dusted every book and shelf. Almost nothing untouched. A few things I left unorganized, only because Kaisen is picky. By the end of the day, everything was clean, and I mean everything. Ms. Chio says he should be awaking soon. But she's been saying that for days. I feel like there's nothing to look forward to anymore. I shouldn't believe dreams, but it was right, you never woke up. I can only hope, but it's getting, it feels useless. You're supposed to be healthy again, your hand is healed. So what's the hold up? I just don't get it, it's so tedious. Third person POV. 2 days passed since Izuku's dream, the sun at the highest point in the sky, Izuku sitting by the bed next to the stool picking at his fingers. The rustle of the sheets and a low groan. Izuku shot up and stood looking at Katsuki. But nothing looked different. Izuku figured he's imagining things. However, Katsuki shifted again and opened his eyes, squinting them. the sun blaring through the window's flash banging him. Izuku gasped. Kaisen? Izuku pinched himself upon the top of his hand before taking a step towards him. Katsuki groaned, his voice appearing graveled and weak. Izuku panicked and looked around quickly before heading towards the door. I'll be right back, oh. He quickly closed the curtains of each window, dimming the room, and then left. Izuku ran to Chiyo headquarters, some guards shouting at him for running, but nothing was stopping him. He barged through the door and saw Chiyo and Queen Mitsuki talking. Izuku? Queen Mitsuki raised her brows, surprised at his sudden entrance. Kaisen, he's awake. Izuku panted out, trying to catch his breath. Chiyo moved quickly. She grabbed her things and headed towards Katsuki's room. Queen Mitsuki followed with Izuku behind them. As Chiyo entered the room, she saw Katsuki, sat up and confused, while he stared at his sheets. Katsuki. Chiyo approached. Katsuki glanced at her but made no sound. I'm going to check your vitals and well-being, however you should be fine. Chiyo sighed, taking out some equipment. Katsuki. Queen Mitsuki approached the end of his bed as Katsuki glanced at her. His demeanor changed from confused to angry. You will return to your princely duties immediately. They've been on hold for too long. Nothing has changed. You still have 2 more royalties to get through. Choose wisely, she sighed and glanced at Izuku, then away. I'll be on my way. I'm glad you're awake, son. Queen Mitsuki quickly took her leave as Katsuki remained irritated. However, not a single word had been spoken from him yet. Chiyo backed up, putting her equipment away. I need you to stand, Katsuki. Due to you being comatose, your muscles may be weak from lack of use. However, I need to see how weak. Katsuki sighed and slowly stood up, glaring at her. Walk to your door and back. Watch your attitude. She sighed and watched as he walked from his door and back to his bed. Fine. Your physical well-being is fine. You're lucky you're an alpha now. Sit. She demanded, and Katsuki sat down and stared at her. Look straight. She got on the stool and put her hand on his throat gently. Speak. Katsuki glared at her demands. Katsuki. Stop being difficult and talk. She sighed again. I'm fine. Katsuki mumbled, his voice weak, the tone low and gravely. Chiyo hummed. Don't overuse your voice and drink a lot of water. Other than that, take it easy, you're fit to continue your duties. Don't exert yourself too much. Katsuki rolled his eyes and Chiyo grabbed her things and left. As the door shut, silence filled the room. Izuku stared at Katsuki in disbelief. He's finally awake. What felt like forever was finally present. Katsuki glanced at him and stood approaching him. He pointed to the bathroom. Shower. Katsuki muttered before Izuku nodded and rushed to the bathroom, starting a shower and prepping the bathroom. After a few minutes, Izuku went back out to Katsuki. Done, Izuku mumbled as Katsuki glanced at him and turned, walking past him into the bathroom. Izuku let out a heavy exhale, relief showering over him as things almost seemed back to normal. A couple dozen minutes passed as Katsuki left the bathroom in a new set of clothes. He looked more awake and refreshed. Izuku approached him, awaiting any sort of order. Katsuki stared down at him and raised a brow. What can I do for you? Katsuki shook his head and walked around Izuku and towards his bed, sitting down. Izuku furrowed his brows and turned, following Katsuki with his eyes. Katsuki patted next to him on the bed. Izuku hesitated before approaching slowly and sitting next to him. Katsuki stared at him, however Izuku's eyes stayed averted, not noticing the blonde's stare. Katsuki bumped his arm gently with his elbow as Izuku jumped and looked at him, their eyes meeting each other. Katsuki's stare appeared confused and lost. Izuku noticed and realized no one told Katsuki what happened. Izuku looked away. You got really sick, Kaisen, like really sick. Your hand got really infected and it put you in a coma for over a week. Izuku mumbled as Katsuki exhaled. He laid back in his bed as Izuku glanced at him. You okay? Izuku mumbled as Katsuki shrugged. Things are returning to normal. I didn't mean to ruin your short vacation. It was supposed to be fun. Katsuki spoke quietly, his voice hoarse and weak. The journey there was more than enough of a vacation. Besides, I learned a lot, thank you, Kaisen. Izuku smiled. Despite the negatives, Izuku realized things were going to return to how they used to be, the familiarities ensuring positive results in his future. He felt comfort in what was to come. Chapter 57, June Cosmic. A couple days passed as Katsuki continued to rest with Izuku at his side. Queen Mitsuki stated he'd return immediately to his duties, however, allowed Katsuki a few more days of rest. Mitsuki requested Katsuki's and Izuku's presence in her office to give details about the new royalty that would be present in the kingdom for the following week. His name was June Cosmic. June Cosmic, the prince and heir to the Cosmic Kingdom. However, Mitsuki glanced at Katsuki, his eyes narrowed down at her desk, his cape waving gently against the soft draft in the room. If you finally play your cards right, Katsuki, we can combine our two kingdoms. We have to create an alliance, and your efforts with the other royals have been pathetic. You must keep your patience. We need the benefits. Katsuki rolled his eyes. His beliefs that his kingdom doesn't need to create treaty with other neighboring kingdoms standing strong. Please, Katsuki. After this one, it's the Midoriya Kingdom's daughter. It's your last chance. Mitsuki sighed. Katsuki glanced at her. I don't want her. Plus, the Midoriya Kingdom serves us no benefit. Katsuki's voice was still recovering, he spoke in low tones. Mitsuki nodded. They begged. She's young and they need our support. They're desperate after their first heir went missing. Mitsuki glanced at Izuku but quickly reverted her gaze back at Katsuki. Just try your best and be patient with her. Katsuki groaned. When is Cosmic coming? He will be here tonight, just try and get along with him. Izuku stayed silent with his eyes to the floor. He wasn't allowed to have an opinion as these were the prince's duties. Katsuki. I know you know that we don't need these treaties, we don't need these alliances. We provide resources to every neighboring kingdom as is, while they hardly provide for us. What does alliancing by marriage do to benefit us if we are already the top kingdom? We are only benefiting others with this marriage, not ourselves. Katsuki grumbled, his eyebrows narrowed at the mockery of the situation. Fine, Katsuki. You want the truth? It's for looks. It's all for looks. If we continue to follow by that we are the best and a marriage can't benefit us, so no marriage at all, you will be alone forever. You must find a mate so you can become heir. I cannot be the queen forever. I'd like to at least be alive when you take the throne. But you need a mate. Mitsuki furrowed her brows, glaring at Katsuki. Then let me do it at my own leisure. Why must you set me up? Katsuki growled. Because that is my job, Katsuki, please work with me, you're so stubborn. And I don't trust you will find someone of royalty or anyone that will marry your stubborn ass. So I am trying to arrange these potential marriage candidates for you. But you make it so hard. Queen Mitsuki glared darts before looking away and out the window behind her. She stood and walked towards it, her hands clasped together behind her. It cannot be helped if they decide to move on from you. But every kingdom is depending on us. As unfortunate as it is. For most kingdoms, marrying you is a must. She sighed. Katsuki stayed silent. He knows what he wants. As irritating as it is, he knows he cannot have it unless it is a last resort. Katsuki sighed. Is that all? Yes. Mitsuki sighed in defeat. She knows the outcome. No matter how much she stresses the importance of his role, she knows he won't listen. Katsuki grabbed Izuku's wrist lightly and quickly left Mitsuki's office. What do you want me to do before the prince arrives? Izuku muttered. Katsuki glanced at him. Laundry, bedding, my clothes after, just straighten up my room and bathroom. He mumbled, walking up the spiraled staircase leading to his room. Izuku nodded as Katsuki let his wrist go as he entered the room. The prince quickly made his way to his bed and opened a book. Izuku stood and watched him for a couple seconds before gathering his laundry and beginning his chores. Izuku's POV. The sun began to set as I finished my chores. Kaken had been in a new set of clothes, as was I. I know the prince should be here any minute. I'm just waiting on Kaken to make our way down. I had been sitting next to his bed messing with the hem of my shirt, and after a few minutes I heard the rustling of Kaken's sheets. I looked over to see him putting his book to the side and getting up. Let's go. he grumbled with a sigh. I can tell he really doesn't want to do this, and selfishly I don't want him to do it either, but I'm not allowed to have that opinion. Is it that interesting? I mumbled, getting up. Anytime there's nothing for him to do, he reads the same book. It's quite large, but he never seems to take a break reading when it's in his hands. What? He glanced at me before walking towards the door as I followed. He opened it for me as I passed through, and then him after. Well, your book, I muttered anxiously. He opened the door for me, that's my job. He shrugged. Passes time. He looked at me, then started down the stairs. What is it about? I followed behind him. I don't know, he mumbled, getting short with me. Oh, sorry, I'm just curious, I muttered as he ignored me and stayed silent. Maybe someday he'll tell me about his book. I guess right now isn't the best time, he must be stressed. We entered the throne room, and Queen Mitsuki had already been sitting in her throne. You are late, Katsuki, Mitsuki stated sternly. He's not even here. Lay off, he growled, sitting in his throne beside her, and I stood slightly behind him to the right. Kaisen was slouched in his throne. He kept his head down, messing with the armrest. After a few minutes, the double doors to the corridor opened, many guards entered, and right in the middle was Prince June Cosmic. The guards cleared the room except for two which stood behind the prince. This royal was the definition of divine. When you hear the stories of male Omega beauties, this is what they're talking about. I watched Kaisen glance at the prince before sitting up, his eyes locked onto the prince before us. Welcome, June Cosmic, Queen Mitsuki greeted loudly. The prince nodded slightly, his hands behind his back. Thank you for having me, he said shyly. His demeanor is very reserved. He's tall yet thin, his skin is clear and pale. His hair looking almost as soft as silk, the multitude of purples giving definition. But that's not even the most defining part. His bright sunset-like eyes. I've never seen eyes so vibrant, so capturing. Have you been informed with all the details upon your arrival? Queen Mitsuki smiled with excitement due to Kaisen's noticeable curiosity. Yes, ma'am. I am to be here a week to see your son and I's compatibility and hope to better our kingdom's futures, he stated. He doesn't appear to have much emotion. He seems like the shy, quiet type, speaks when spoken to kind of type. Kaisen might actually really like this prince. I shouldn't get ahead of myself. Kaisen seemed pretty adamant about not wanting to marry anyone chosen for him. The guards looked at the prince and began talking with him before they departed. I exhaled softly. There is no competition. I am just a servant. I need to remember my place. I see Kaisen glance at me in my peripheral. I made slight eye contact with before I glanced away towards the prince before us. However, Kaisen didn't look away from me. I noticed as Kaisen's eyes scanned my being. I looked toward him as our eyes met. What? I muttered quietly. He shook his head and exhaled, looking away and at the prince. The guards bowed to Queen Mitsuki and departed. The sun has set. Izuku will take care of your belongings and you will be staying with my son tomorrow. My Katsuki will show you around the kingdom. Have a good night. She smiled and stood. She bowed her head slightly in respect of Prince June, and then left. The guards had left his bags by the doors. I walked towards the prince and bowed. Izuku? I looked at him and nodded. That name sounds familiar. He smiled softly. Do you get that often? I nodded again before walking past him and grabbing his bags. There was only two, and they were quite light. The prince stood there awkwardly as Kaisen stayed seated. I looked towards Kaisen as he stared at me. I furrowed my brows and cocked my head to the side toward the side door that leads to the corridors which lead to his staircase. He scrunched his nose before standing. Follow me, he grumbled. Kaisen began towards his room as Prince June followed behind and me behind him. The walk was silent and awkward. The prince kept his head down and his hands clasped in front of him. As we approached the staircase, Kaisen stood off to the side. My room are the only doors at the top. Go on, he stated. Oh, Prince June hesitated before making his way up the spiraled staircase. As he turned and was no longer in view, Kaisen looked at me. Our eyes locked together. Yes? Why do you keep staring at me? I muttered as he took the prince's bags from my hands and began up the stairs. I don't understand him right now. I followed behind leisurely as we caught up to the prince who stood awaiting at the bedroom door. Go in, Kaken stated as the prince jumped and looked at Kaken before opening the door. Kaken waited for the prince to enter fully before holding the door open for me as I passed through and Kaken after me. Do you enjoy books, Prince Bakugo? Prince Jun muttered before looking at Kaken. Just call me Katsuki, Kaken stated, ignoring the prince's question. Prince Jun nodded and glanced around the room before standing awkwardly to the side. Kaken set the prince's bags by the door and after took his shoes off by the end of his bed. I stared off to the side, shifting my feet at the awkwardness flooding the room. It's never been this awkward with any royal. Kaken quickly got into bed and opened his book, ignoring both of our presences. I sighed, acknowledging that I must be the one to make pleasantries. I started nervously before approaching him, my hands behind my back and bowing my head. Huh! He glanced up at me as I glanced up at him. I feel like I'm not allowed to talk to him. He seems so sweet, yet something within me feels so wrong talking to him. You know, you're a bit of a strange servant. He giggled slightly. My eyes widened, standing completely straight. Be nice to him. Kaken raised his voice slightly, glaring at the prince. Oh, I meant no harm. I'm so sorry, Izuku. You approached me. Do you need something? He looked at me worriedly and attentively. He really didn't mean to offend me. I mean, I wasn't offended. I was just surprised, even more so. Kaken defended me. I shook my head. How can I assist you to make your stay more appealing? The prince smiled. I just know why I'm here. I don't really know what to do. His smile faded. You're staying a week in Katsuki's room. The left side of the bed is yours. If you'd like to change, the bathroom is over there. And if you'd like to shower or bathe, I will be there to start either one for you. In the mornings I usually bring breakfast up here, and we eat in here, or we can make accommodations to go down to the dining room to eat in there if that makes you comfortable. I am not just Katsuki's servant. While you're here, I am also yours. I nodded slightly, once feeling like I covered everything necessary. The prince smiled. Thank you for the rundown. By the way, you can address me as Jun. I really dislike being addressed with labels. I nodded. What can I do for you right now? Nothing. I think I will begin to get ready for bed, thank you. He giggled slightly again before grabbing one of his bags and heading towards the bathroom. I sighed and walked towards Kaken's side of the bed. Why do you address me as Katsuki around others? He grumbled. Because it's proper. I mumbled, glancing away and then sitting on the floor. Kaken sighed and continued reading. Chapter 58, June Cosmic 2. The next morning, I woke up early to prepare Prince Jun's wear, and Kaken's. I think while Prince Jun is here, it'd be best to have breakfast in the dining room, only because of past experiences, and it overall just leaves less to clean and less running around, especially for two people. I approached Jun's side of the bed with his clothes in hand. I gently nudged him to wake him up. He glanced at me with a hum. Good morning, he smiled softly. Gee, good morning, Jun. Breakfast will be ready soon. I prepared some clothes for you to wear. I can put them in the bathroom for whenever you're ready. Would you like to shower as well? He furrowed his brows and smiled awkwardly. You know, you can relax. He mumbled, slowly getting out of bed. Oh, I stepped back. I am just doing my job. I bowed my head down slightly. He exhaled and placed his hand on my head. Just take a deep breath. Whatever you set up for me, I will do. Questions and wonder is not necessary. Just be yourself, do your own thing, no need to try so hard, okay? I glanced up at him and nodded as he ruffled my hair slightly and started towards the bathroom. I won't need a shower today. Just my clothes. He smiled as I followed and placed the clothes on the countertop. Thank you. He glanced at me with a smile. I walked out and closed the door. I looked at Kaken, who had woken up. Oh, good morning, Kaken. I put my hands behind my back and fiddled with my fingers. Did you sleep well? He grumbled inaudibly, then sighed. What was that? What? I stepped towards him. That interaction? He grumbled and grabbed his clothes that I prepared at the end of the bed. I'm not sure, but he's very, very kind. I like him a lot. I smiled softly, looking slightly away as he got undressed. You like him? I glanced at him as he approached me shirtless. I mean as a judgment of his person, why you know not like you know. I tilted my head down, glancing up at him, his stature hovering above me. He furrowed his brows and lifted my chin. Do you think he's a good fit for me? He raised a brow. Well, that's entirely up to you, but I don't see the harm in seeing if he's a good fit for you. I stared up at him before he let go of my chin and stepped back. You're not bothered by me looking for a mate, someone to marry? He turned away and proceeded to get dressed. I looked away and shrugged. Well, I didn't say I'm not really allowed to have much of an opinion, to be honest. I muttered as he buttoned his shirt and approached me. Yes, you are. Kaken looked up quickly towards the bathroom, as did I. There stood Prince Jun standing by the door frame. Excuse you? Kaken grumbled, furrowing his brows, looking at the prince. I apologize for interrupting, but you are allowed to have an opinion on who he marries, I mean. He took a few steps towards us. You can have an opinion, although it might not be heard or obeyed. You're his servant. Whoever he decided to marry affects you as well. I glanced at Kaken, then turned towards Prince Jun. I have but not really thought about it that way. Prince Jun nodded and looked at Kaken. That's not what I was referring to. Kaken grumbled. Prince Jun sighed. I know. Your situation is obvious. He thought about his word choice carefully. Kaken rolled his eyes and grabbed his cape, leaving the room quickly. Prince Jun hummed. Isn't he a ray of sunshine? Sorry? I glanced at him. He shook his head. What's so interesting about him? Prince Jun approached me. What do you mean? I tilted my head slightly. What do you see in him? He asked softly. He rose a brow as I hesitated. I shouldn't be discussing this. I glanced away and stepped back as he stepped forward and gently grabbed my chin, leaning towards my face. Excuse me, why? He furrowed his brows and let go, stepping back. I apologize. I'm being too forward. But I am not your enemy. You're allowed to answer the question, but like I said, your opinions may not be heard or obeyed. That's just the way of this world. I'm just curious, yet I have a role I must fulfill. I nodded and glanced away. So? Sorry? I glanced at him. What do you see in him? I shrugged. I don't know. Despite his attitude and actions, I've always been able to look past it. There's always something I don't know. I just feel drawn to him. But I know my place. I mumbled quickly as Prince Jun nodded. I'm sorry this is the predicament you're in. I can tell by his scent He paused and sighed before continuing. It fluctuates, but He furrowed his brows and glanced away, putting his fingers to his chin, thinking about his next set of words carefully. Sorry, I don't want to get your hopes up. Your roles are very different, and I don't want to give you the impression that he'll choose you, but I believe he feels the same. He concluded, looking at me as I nodded hesitantly. Okay, I mumbled. We should have breakfast. I muttered quickly, heading towards the door, opening it for him. He nodded and left as I followed. Could you lead? I'm not entirely sure of the way to the dining room. I nodded and passed him and led the way. After breakfast, Kaken's mother requested him to her office, leaving Prince Jun and I alone again. So what is it that you do to keep yourself occupied? He stood and looked at me from across the table. Oh, nothing really. I mainly just tend to chores relating to Kaken. Is there anything you like to do? I shrugged. I like going into the garden and tending to the flowers. Oh, really? Why don't you show me to the garden? He smiled as I nodded and led the way. I opened the heavy back door, slowly revealing the garden. Despite Kirishima's wings affecting the garden, the gardeners quickly fixed it up as if nothing happened. Oh wow, he muttered as we approached 100 different flowers. It's beautiful. He smiled, glancing at me before passing me and looking around, before stopping by the roses and caressing the petals gently. You said you like tending to it? Yeah, well, I used to. I don't really need to anymore. He nodded and stood straight. This place is very beautiful. I can see why you like it. I nodded. What do you like to do? I tilted my head down as he approached me. I love to read. I rose my brows. I can show you to the library, then you can read when Kaken does. Kaken? He giggled a bit. Oh, I meant. He laughed. No, it's okay, it was just silly. It's totally okay with me. I nodded, embarrassed. Well? Our library. I smiled and led the way again. As we entered the library, he quickly split ways from me, scanning the books on the shelves. As he looked around, I sat at a table and waited. After a while, Prince June quickly approached me with a few books in hand, placing them on the table. Can I take these? I glanced at the books and nodded. Kaken is reading this one right now. I mumbled and pointed at the book at the bottom of the stack. Really? June rose a brow, pulling it out from the books. That's interesting and ironic, he mumbled. Why? I looked at him. He shook his head. It's a book about. You've read it? I asked, standing. Yeah? It's a favorite, like top 5. Prince Katsuki has very good taste. What's it about? I asked excitedly. Prince June laughed. What? You've never asked him? I have, but he wouldn't tell me. He's been reading it forever. I sat back down, fidgeting with my fingers. Interesting, it's kind of cliche, it's about a couple, but they hide the fact they're in love based on status. It's literally a book about forbidden love. Oh, I mumbled. That is interesting, I guess. That's all Kaken reads every night, and has been for so long. Like, I think he's rereading it. But now, knowing what it's about, it is kind of cliche. I feel awkward knowing what the book is about now. I apologize, you seem uncomfortable now. I shrugged. I now know why Kaken didn't want me to know. He doesn't seem like the type of person to enjoy a book like that. I mumbled. I suppose. Prince June shrugged and began reading a book from his stack. I laid my head down and closed my eyes as time passed, dozing off to the silence, the white noise of pages flipping ever so often, and soft breaths before I fell asleep.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.